Chapter 1093. Well said. Ancitalo's loud praise did not interrupt Plato's desire to continue speaking. Dear King of Devers, you once criticized my views in the Republic, saying that I only care about the citizens of the city and despise the slaves and foreigners. This time, whether it is in the south or north of Dionia, what I have seen and heard has shocked me greatly. The people of Rome, the Phoenicians, the Simonians, and even the Volsci who are not citizens of Dionia are trying their best to speak Greek, Dionia, although most of them speak it very awkwardly. I have also met several foreign children asking me questions many times. All these have made me realize that even the completely ignorant and backward indigenous people can be educated to have the same wisdom and love Greek culture as us, and those who are illiterate and unwilling to change are the ones who should be despised by us. Plato took another sip of wine and raised his voice again. When I first met you, I once praised you as the real king of philosophy, but now I find that this statement is not entirely correct. This time, I stayed in Rome, Benetum, and Lille for a period of time, carefully observing the governance of the towns under the jurisdiction of the Dionia officials. Although these towns have different situations and environments, there is one thing in common. The Dionia officials there are very serious and responsible in performing their duties, governing the towns under their jurisdiction in accordance with the laws of Dionia, and according to the situation I observed, the governance is good, and the administrative efficiency is very high. I once said, when people are sick, they need to find a professional doctor. When merchants on a ship goods, they all know to look for an experienced captain. It's such a difficult task to govern a city well, yet we let the inexperienced and selfish citizens of the city participate in it. How can a city develop well? But it is exactly what many Greek city-states do. And as far as I know, the senior officials of each town in Dionia are promoted step by step through experience. They have enough experience and wisdom to deal with and solve the various problems encountered by the town. This is what you once told me about selecting the best and appointing the best. So, the original sentence I said should be changed. Not only King of Devers, you are a true philosopher. Many of your officials are also philosophers. It is under your governance that Dionia has become strong today. Dear Scholar Plato, the Devers, who was in a high position, had heard too many compliments over the years and was used to it, but to be praised by a great man who was known as the father of Western philosophy in his previous life, he still felt a little proud. With a pleasant smile on his face, he tried to be humble and said, "Did you come today to praise Dionia? Since Dionia has done well, why not praise it?" Plato raised his glass and said, "Let us praise Dionia together." The Devers smiled and also raised their glasses. After finishing the glass with the others, Plato shook his head as if to shake off the slight drunkenness that had surged up. He pinched his face hard and then said, "Dear King of Devers, do you still remember Esocrates?" "Of course I remember," the Devers said with a puzzled expression. "He was a famous orator and rhetorician in Athens. We invited him to speak at the first and second Greek Scholar Conference, but when we invited him again, he refused to come again. I used to think that it was because we did not take good care of him during the previous reception, so he was dissatisfied. Your Majesty, although Esocrates is a strict person and does not like to talk much, he is not a person who likes to fuss about this aspect." Lysias, who had lived in Athens for many years and had close contact with Esocrates, explained, "According to what I know, he has also built a school in Athens and has been busy teaching students for the past few years, so he may not have the time to come to Thurii to attend the conference." "Oh, I see, he has also built a school." The Devers looked at Plato with interest and asked, "Doesn't that mean that there is competition with your school?" Plato said frankly, "My school and Esocrates' school have different objectives. His school focuses more on teaching students how to use words and sentences, how to speak, and how to better conduct public and political life. It is more practical. On the other hand, my academy focuses more on studying the political system of the city-state and how to build a more perfect country. But it is true that there is a certain competition between our two schools. Just last year, I had a debate with him." "Oh." The Devers looked surprised, but in fact, not only did he know about the debate, but he also had a rough record of the debate in his mansion. This debate is also related to Dionia, Plato said seriously. I believe that one of the main reasons why Esocrates did not accept your invitation to attend the Scholar Assembly in recent years is that he believes that the existence of the kingdom of Dionia is a great threat to the Greek mainland, Plato said seriously. How is that possible? Lysias was a little surprised, but before he could finish, Ansitanos continued, I can also prove this. In the 14th year of the kingdom of Dionia, 380 BC, when our war with Carthage had just begun, at the 99th Olympia, Esocrates gave a speech called the Speech of All Greece. The main content was to call on all Greek city-states to stop the war and unite against the foreign threat, to restore the glory won by the Greek ancestors in the Greco-Persian War, to complete their unfinished business, and to liberate the Greek compatriots in Asia Minor who were enslaved under the rule of Persia. Any Greek who made peace with Persia or was even tempted by Persia to start a civil war should be cursed. But at the end of this speech, he also mentioned, well, this is what the original text said. Today we gather at the Olympia to thank Zeus for his blessing on the Greeks, but we should be able to feel that compared to a few decades ago, this event has become a lot more deserted, not only because of the war, but also because there are fewer city-states participating. Tarentum, Crotone, Locri, Thurii, Syracuse, Agrigento. These colonial city-states of the Western Mediterranean, the vanity and superficiality of their people in the past events have indeed made us despise them. But without them at the event, we will feel lonely. They used to be a member of our Greek family, but now they have all become subordinate towns of the kingdom of Dionia. Is Dionia a country of the Greeks? They have never shown up at the Olympia, Pythia, Nemea, or the Isthmian Games, and Delphi has never set up a sacred treasury for them. This shows the attitude of the priests who represent the will of the gods towards this Western Mediterranean kingdom, not only because there are too many barbarian citizens in its country, but also because it distorts our understanding of the gods. Dionia believes that Hades is the lord of the gods, not Zeus, and he also allows his citizens to believe in the gods of the foreign races. Can't Dionia, which has such terrible behavior, be called a Greek country? Of course, the citizens of Dionia, who have been influenced by this misconception, can't become Greeks of the same faith as us. But why don't we protest against their wrong practices or even send troops to intervene? Because Dionia is very powerful. It has gathered its strength through the annexation of many Greek colonial city-states. It can even force Naples, which is still a strong independent city-state, not to participate in this year's event, just because it is afraid that Dionia will be dissatisfied with it. While we are killing each other for our own interests under the instigation of the Persia, Dionia has swallowed our children and colonial cities in the Western Mediterranean kingdom and expanded into a huge kingdom. Although it has not shown any malice towards us so far, it is so different from us and so close to us. Once there is a conflict, the consequences will be severe. O wise Greeks, to our east is our enemy, the Persia, who has never given up on enslaving us. To our west is our neighbor, a powerful kingdom that we can't fathom. Our situation is so dangerous. Shouldn't we abandon our prejudices and, like how we faced the invading army of Persia decades ago, unite again, defend our homeland, and regain the glory of our ancestors? Why didn't I know there was such a speech? Lysias was very surprised after listening to it. At that time, the Thebes and Athens were already at war with Sparta. Neither side dared to offend Persia and us, lest it lead to a change in the war situation. Therefore, they deliberately banned the spread of this speech. This speech was obtained by the officials of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs when they were on a diplomatic mission to the Greek mainland. They spent a lot of effort to obtain this manuscript. Ansitanos explained, from this speech, it can be seen that Esocrates regards Dionia as a potential threat to the Greek mainland. Ever since your victory over Carthage, Esocrates has regarded Dionia as a real threat to the Greek mainland and Athens since last year. Not only does he often preach this view to his students, but he's also given several speeches at the General Assembly to remind the people. Ever since I participated in the General Assembly of Greek scholars for the first time, I have written many articles on the political system of the Kingdom of Dionia, suggesting that the Greek city-states led by Athens can learn from them. Every time, many citizens of Athens, even the citizens of Thebes, Corinth, and other city-states would scramble to copy and circulate the articles. Plato said with a serious expression, "So, Esocrates regards me as a supporter of the Kingdom of Dionia and must refute me in front of the public in order to unify the citizens of Athens." Chapter 1094. So who won the debate in the end? Lucius asked curiously. Plato said calmly, "You're more familiar with Esocrates, so you should know that Esocrates has a hoarse voice and is better at writing than speaking. That's why he sent his student to debate. Of course, I also sent Spicippus to take up the challenge. Judging from the result of the debate, we should have won, but judging from the subsequent developments, it didn't eliminate the doubts that the people of Athens have about Dionia. Instead, it increased their fear of Dionia. Esocrates has achieved his goal. In the past 2 years, Athens has been a little alienated from Dionia. What's the reason? Is it just because Dionia is stronger?" Ansitanos asked. "There are several reasons," Plato said thoughtfully. Although Dionia hasn't set foot in Greece in the past few years, it has long signed a friendly agreement with Sparta. However, it refused to form an alliance with Athens and the Thebes during the 2 wars, the Corinth War and the Thebes War. This made the people of Athens a little wary. More importantly, Athens' maritime trade has been facing competition from Dionia. Although some goods of the same type are almost the same in quality, Dionia provided more goods at a lower price. This caused Athens to lose some of its traditional city-state markets, such as Cyrenaica and Crete. This also made many merchants in Athens and expatriates in Athens vigilant. Under their instigation and support, the General Assembly of Athens passed a resolution 2 years ago. The city-states that join the maritime alliance led by Athens must not allow goods from Dionia to enter the city-state market for sale. I know about this. Our Minister of Commerce, Marigi, even angrily suggested to His Majesty to send an envoy to Athens to protest and take the same measures, but His Majesty didn't agree. Ansitanos said emotionally, "There's another reason." Plato looked at the Devers who were listening. When Pericles summoned the Greek city-states to build the city of Thurii, he originally hoped that this sub-state of Athens could become a pivotal power in the western Mediterranean Greece, thereby expanding the influence of Athens. Later, because of the War of Peloponnesus, which led to the fall of Athens, this goal could not be achieved. Now that Thurii has become the center of the Kingdom of Dionia and the western Mediterranean Sea, I'm afraid that some of the Athens elites who want to restore the glory of Pericles will bear grudges against them. I don't care if Athens is wary of Dionia or not. At this moment, Devers spoke. With a scrutinizing gaze, he observed Plato's reaction. "I just want to know, Plato, do you think Dionia is a threat to Athens?" "Dear King of Devers," Plato said frankly, after the debate with Esocrates, "I have a little doubt. So this time I seriously traveled around the Kingdom of Dionia. What I saw and heard confirmed in my heart that the Kingdom of Dionia is not a threat to Athens, but the hope of Athens and even all the Greek city-states." Plato's answer was somewhat unexpected to the Devers, who blurted out in surprise, "Why?" Plato replied with a serious expression, "The Greek territory is narrow, with many mountains and little land. The land is barren, and survival is difficult. The city-states on that land have been at war for decades for their own interests. The people are in exile, and the land is barren. In the long run, the city-states will eventually die out. Now it seems that in order to completely end this terrible situation, a very powerful force must intervene to force the city-states such as Athens, Sparta, Thebes, and Corinth to know their place and not dare to fight again. Only then will peace come. Persia can't do it. It wants Greece to perish. Only Dionia will treat the city-states of Greece equally, just like the Simonians and Rome. It is even possible to build flat roads between the mountains of Greece, so that trade between the city-states can be carried out more freely and conveniently on land and sea, so that the people of the city-states can enjoy peace and happiness under the order set by Dionia. Plato's increasingly excited voice echoed in the palace. Antipanos and Lysias looked at each other. They did not expect Plato to have such great expectations for Dionia. It made them excited, but they did not know how to respond, so they looked at the Devers together. The Devers tapped their fingers on the table while listening carefully. There was no obvious emotional fluctuation on their faces. When Plato finished speaking, he smiled faintly and said seriously, "For the time being, Dionia has no plans to interfere in the political situation of Greece." "I understand," Plato said knowingly. "I only hope to see the Greek mainland have a long period of peace in my lifetime." After that, everyone at the banquet tacitly stopped talking about this matter and talked about other topics. When the banquet was over, the Devers personally sent Plato out of the palace. Plato said softly in a slightly tipsy voice, "Dear King Devers, I remember that you were hired by Prince Cyrus the Little of Persia to go on an expedition to Persia. In order to fight for the throne, the Persia royal family killed each other, causing political turmoil. It must have left a deep impression on you. Well, when I returned to Turii, I heard many words of praise for Prince Apox, and Alcibiades had sincerely invited me to a banquet several times, but I refused." "Oh." The Devers responded calmly and did not say anything else. After sending Plato and his disciple away, he returned to the palace and called Aristides. "Tomorrow, go to the Ministry of Military Affairs and inform Alexis to suspend the warship orders given to Alcibiades' shipyard." "Yes." Aristides immediately responded and did not ask further. The Devers continued, "If Alcibiades wants to ask the Ministry of Military Affairs for the reason, let Alexis answer. Just say that I said, since he doesn't want to concentrate on his business, then don't do it." A few days later, the Devers returned to the mansion and was sitting in the study, thinking about the political affairs during the day. There was a knock on the door. "It's Apox. Come in." The Devers smiled kindly. Apox calmly sat down opposite the Devers. The Devers looked at his second son up close. Apox was only 17 years old. He was tall and slender, and he had inherited more of Agnes' looks. He was very handsome, but his eyebrows were brimming with confidence and vitality. "Father, Uncle found me today. He told me," Apox said straightforwardly. The Devers blinked and asked calmly, "Oh, what did he say?" Apox did not respond directly. Instead, he said in a clear voice, "Father, I remember you once told me that a great scholar is more likely to be remembered by future generations than a king." "Yes, I said that. Everyone knows that Thales of Miletus was a sage, but no one remembers who the consul of Miletus was at that time." "Father," Apox said sincerely, "I'm not interested in the throne of Dionia. I'm only interested in learning and researching. I only hope that I can have more creative ideas in the future to benefit the people and be admired by future generations. For this, I can swear to Hades." Apox said excitedly as he raised his hands. The Devers pressed his shoulders firmly and looked at him lovingly. He said softly, "Good boy, I've watched you grow up. Of course, I know what you want. This is a small punishment for Alcibiades. I'm just angry that he interfered with your studies and destroyed the deep relationship between you and your brother. Don't worry, I not only respect your choice, but I also fully support you. I hope that you can become a greater scholar than Thales in the future and illuminate the history of the development of human culture." "Thank you, Father. I will definitely work hard." Apox was excited by the Devers' words. He calmed down with difficulty and hesitated for a while before saying, "Father, I have another request." "Tell me, what is it?" The Devers smiled. Apox scratched his head and his expression became shy. I want to marry Nelia." "Who's Nelia?" The Devers pretended to be surprised. "The daughter of the former 4th Fleet Navy Commander Miltias and Eunice's classmate." Apox gathered his courage and said everything in one breath. "Oh, have you discussed it with your mother?" "Father, Uncle has been going to my mother's place to matchmake me, so I hope to ask for your permission first." "Will Nelia agree to your proposal?" "She will definitely agree." "All right, I agree. We'll hold the wedding when you're of age." The Devers looked serious and agreed straightforwardly. "Thank you." Apox gave the Devers a strong hug excitedly. The Devers smiled and patted his son's tender shoulders, but he sighed in his heart. My children are all grown up and are about to get married and have children, but I'm starting to get old. The captain walked into the cabin and said to Hacker, who was resting, "My lord, we're almost at the mouth of the Crotty River." "Got it." Hacker slowly sat up and put on a thick leather robe. He stood up and said to Hasdrubal, who was still drinking with his head lowered, "Brother, shall we take a look outside?" "I'm not going," Hasdrubal replied stiffly. Hacker knew his temper and did not try to persuade him further. He slowly walked out of the cabin with the help of his servants. Chapter 1095. Standing at the side of the ship, Hacker could see the long white breakwater at the mouth of the Crotty River from afar. Countless ships were passing through it, making it look like a busy beehive. When the ship got closer, he realized that there were many water gates on the breakwater. All cargo ships have to pass through the water gate on this side and obtain a wooden sign indicating that they are docking at the dock before they can enter. The water gate on the other side of the breakwater is responsible for inspecting cargo ships leaving the dock. If they don't have the wooden sign, they will be fined. However, large ships like ours don't need to pass through the water gate on the breakwater. Instead, we walk through the wide waterway in the middle and accept the inspection of the patrol ships. The captain explained to Hacker in detail. "Why do we have to make the inspection process so complicated? It's too much of a delay for the trading ships to enter the port to deliver the goods." One of Hacker's subordinates pointed at the long line of cargo ships outside the water gate and raised his objection. Letting them delay outside the water gate is better than letting them swarm in and cause congestion at the mouth of the Crotty River, wasting even more time. There are many ships outside the water gate, right? In fact, there are even more ships in the estuary. Without effective management, it will be a disaster, the owner of the ship said with a serious expression. "You're right." Hacker nodded in agreement. The owner of the ship directed the large passenger ship to bypass the long line of ships in front of the breakwater and enter the middle waterway. In the middle of the waterway, there was a large wooden platform. A wooden house was built on it, and the flag of the Kingdom of Dionia fluttered high in front of the wooden house. The passenger ship stopped in front of the platform, and an official came out of the wooden house. He asked the owner a few questions and looked at the documents the owner had handed over. Then, he was surprised and immediately jumped onto the passenger ship. He strode in front of Hacker and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Master Hacker." Hacker nodded politely in return. "We received news that the passenger ship you're on might not arrive until tomorrow or the day after. Therefore, His Majesty and the Senate might not be prepared today. I have to send a fast ship to the inner city port to inform them. Therefore, I have to ask you to wait here a little longer. I hope you can forgive me," the official said apologetically. "That's not a problem," Hacker agreed. "We didn't want to come at first, but we only agreed after your king sent several letters inviting us. Now that we've come all the way from Iberia, you don't want to let us in. Is this how you treat your guests? Since you don't want us in, then we won't go in. Let's go back. Back to Iberia." Hasdrubal was swaying at the entrance of the ship. He of the ship of Iberia of the ship of the ship. Hasdrubal of the captain of the port of the ship. Don't worry about him. He's drunk too much. Let's just follow the procedure and do what we have to do. Hacker comforted him as he gave his subordinates a look. Very quickly, his and a few strong soldiers of the captain helped and forced of Hasdrubal into. The passenger ship docked behind the wooden platform. The captain of the port stayed by Hacker's side, chatting with him to pass the time. Hacker stood at the bow of the ship, watching the ships pass by from the front, back, left, and right without stopping. He suddenly realized that the position of the estuary ship control center was very ingenious. The front was the estuary, the left and right were the breakwaters and water gates. The north bank was the entrance to the main port of Turin, and the back of the ship led to the city of Turin. All the ships converged here, so the estuary ship control center had 10 fast ships with eye-catching signs on their sails. They were in charge of directing and clearing the river. Even though the frequency of the ships and the clamor of the river made Hacker feel uncomfortable, he didn't hide in the cabin again. Instead, he asked with interest, "How many ships enter the estuary of Crotty every day?" "On average, about 5,000 ships." The captain thought for a moment and said, "At most, it can reach 10,000 ships, but that's usually during the Hades celebration." Even though Hacker had expected this, he was still shocked by the number. That many ships? Of course, this is only the number of ships entering the estuary of Crete. It doesn't include the ships from other ports along the Sabari coast. For example, there's a large fishing port not far north of the estuary. Every day, thousands of fishing ships enter and leave the port, providing fresh seafood for the people of Turin. Next to the fishing port, there's another port that's used to transport livestock. To the south of the estuary, the former naval base of the First Flotilla has been transformed into a port for the people. Many of the residences in the naval base have been transformed into hotels, and the place is overcrowded. Every day, more than 1,000 passenger ships enter and leave the port. The ships that enter and leave the estuary of Crete mainly provide daily necessities for the people, such as wine, olive oil, cloth, wheat. The captain explained in detail. When he saw that Hacker still looked doubtful, he explained, "My lord, the reason why the Turin ports are so busy is because if they don't do this, Turin would not be able to survive." Why? Although Hacker had his own guesses, he still wanted to get to the bottom of it. Because Turin has too many people. According to the statistics from the Census Department at the end of last year, Turin and its surrounding areas alone have a population of about 300,000, and the entire Turin region has a population of more than 400,000. There's no other city in the Mediterranean Sea that's as big as Turin. The captain's face was filled with pride as he continued to say, "But with such a large population, we need to consume a lot of resources every day, such as food, olive oil, wine, meat, fish, and so on. The goods transported by the ships are recorded in tons. It's far from enough to rely on the food, olive oil, and other resources produced by the Sabari Plain and its surrounding areas. We need the entire kingdom, or even the entire Western Mediterranean, to supply it. Furthermore, there are many wealthy citizens in Turin. Not only do they need to eat and dress well, but they also have a higher demand for life. For this reason, many precious goods are transported here from other parts of the Mediterranean Sea, such as spices from Persia, luxurious cloth, and exquisite gold and silver jewelry, perfumes and cosmetics from Egypt, ivory from Africa, and marble from Greece. That's why there are so many merchant ships coming to Turin every day, causing our original main port to be unable to accommodate them. We can only build docks on both sides of the river to meet the demand." As he listened to the captain's explanation, he looked to the left at the corner of the main port on the north bank of the Crete River. There were masts and oars there, and not a trace of the color of the sea could be seen. Hacker could not help but recall the scene of Carthage's port in the past. In his impression, even when Carthage's sea trade was at its most prosperous, it was far from the scale of Turin's port today. This was not only the result of meeting the needs of a huge city with a population of more than 400,000, but it was also a display of the comprehensive strength of a powerful kingdom. This made Hacker even more certain that the decision he had made back then was correct. As the two of them spoke, the noise around them suddenly became louder. The river captain glanced behind him and immediately revealed a look of joy. He said, "Lord Hacker, the ship that will welcome you is here." Hacker turned his head and saw a large ship sailing towards him from upstream. Its hull seemed to be made up of two warships, and there was a wooden building in the middle of it, Double-Headed Dragon. The name immediately flashed across Hacker's mind, but it was obvious that this ship was different from the flagship of the Carthaginian navy. It had a black hull and a red wooden building. The two bows of the ship did not have horns, but two wooden statues that looked like dog heads. Around the wooden building, there were palace guards dressed in velvet and purple robes standing on the railings. The flag of King Diolia was fluttering on the towering mast. After the war in the Western Mediterranean, the Ministry of Military Affairs considered building a special ship for the King of Devers so that he could use it when he went out on patrol or when he led an army. Otherwise, it would be too simple and crude and not befitting of his noble status as a king. After the shipsmiths received the task, after much discussion, they finally decided to use Carthage's double-headed dragon warship as the blueprint to build the king's ship. Considering that this ship would often enter and leave the Krati River, they even reduced the size of the entire warship. In the end, this was the image that appeared in Hacker's vision. Although there were not many opportunities for it to sail after it was built, and most of the time it was docked at the pier in the inner city, it was already a household name among the tourists. Therefore, the ships in the river would try to dock on both sides as much as possible, and the entire central waterway quickly became wide and unobstructed. The ship quickly stopped next to the passenger ship that Hacker was on, and then a wooden ladder was set up. A middle-aged man wearing a white Bolton robe embroidered with black patterns walked up the passenger ship. He was tall and thin and had a refined temperament. At this moment, the river captain immediately went forward and bowed respectfully. He said, "Greetings, Lord Henneborus." The middle-aged man smiled and returned the greeting. "Thank you for your hard work." He was Henneborus. Of course, Hacker had heard of this senator of Dionia who followed the king of Devers all year round. Just as he was sizing up the king's confidant, Henneborus came up to him with a smile. "Lord Hacker, welcome back to Turin. I am Henneborus, the clerk of the king of Devers, and I am here to welcome you on behalf of His Majesty the King and the Senate. I have read Lord Henneborus' War of Southern Italy many times, and it is very interesting. I have long wanted to meet you and have a good chat. Now that I have seen you today, it is indeed as I imagined." Hacker intentionally paused, and then said in a more serious tone, gentle and refined, as expected of a historian. Chapter 1096. Henneborus smiled even more brilliantly. "It is my honor to receive Lord Hacker's praise. If there is a chance in the future, I must chat with you more. His Majesty and the elders are still waiting at the pier. Lord Hacker, please board the ship with me and hurry to the inner city." "All right," Hacker replied straightforwardly. Henneborus glanced behind him and asked, "Where is Lord Hasdrubal?" Hacker replied calmly, "He drank too much on the way here and is now sleeping soundly in the cabin. I think it will be difficult for him to wake up once we reach the inner city." "Oh," Henneborus nodded and was about to speak. At that moment, the river official came over and whispered a few words in his ear. Hacker immediately showed an understanding expression and said, "Then let Lord Hasdrubal rest well. I shall not disturb him." Henneborus led Hacker up the ship and up the wooden building. Hacker looked into the distance and immediately felt that his vision had broadened. He could look past the pier on the shore and see the layers of houses and the bustling crowd behind him. Just as the surrounding ships intentionally or unintentionally drew closer, curious to see what kind of noble person the king's flagship would welcome, the twin-headed dragon ship had already turned around. Two fast ships in front opened up a path, and under the full power of a few hundred sailors, the ship began to move upstream. The passenger ship that Hacker was originally on also followed closely behind. Turii was different from Rome. Rome was tens of miles away from the mouth of the river, and the river was winding. Ships going upstream from the mouth of the river had to rely on towing to reach the river port outside the city. On the other hand, Turii was only 5 or 6 miles away from the mouth of the river, and the main body of the city was located downstream from the confluence of the Krati and Kosini rivers. The river was wide and the water was gentle. Under normal circumstances, ships did not need to rely on towing to go upstream and reach Turii. Hacker stood on the wooden deck of the ship and had a clearer view of the situation on both sides of the river. Indeed, just as the river official had said, the tourists had transformed both sides of the river into docks. Not only were all the riverbanks covered with solid stone slabs, but there was also a 5-meter-high trapezoidal stone platform on the riverbank every 10 meters or so. There was a stone ring at each end of each stone platform, and a wooden machine was placed on each stone platform. It extended a long wooden arm towards the river. There were pulleys, ropes, and an iron hook hanging down from the wooden arm. The end of the wooden arm was clamped by 2 huge wooden wheels, and the other end of the rope was tightly tied to the ground, making it look like a huge snail. Haken knew that this was the crane invented by the people of Dionia. It had long been famous in the western Mediterranean, just that it hadn't spread to the port towns of southern Iberia. Hacker carefully observed the entire unloading process of the cargo ship. The cargo ship would slowly stop by the riverside in front of the stone platform. Then, laborers from the shore would go over and tie the mooring ropes on both ends of the ship to the holes on the two ends of the stone platform. This way, the cargo ship would stay close to the dock. The personnel operating the crane would lower the wooden arm, loosen the ropes, and hang the hook down. The crew members would hang baskets of goods on the iron hook, and then the slaves and the wooden wheels of the crane would step on the wooden wheels with great effort. The wooden wheels would rotate quickly, tightening the ropes, and the iron hook would pull the goods up high, separating them from the cargo ship. At this time, the personnel on both sides of the crane would pull the ropes, control the wooden arms, and slowly park the goods on the flat ground in front of the stone platform. The entire process was fast, labor-saving, and highly efficient. It didn't take long for half of the cargo to be unloaded. Regardless of whether it was the crew or the laborers on the shore, they all seemed to be very relaxed. Haka also noticed that there were semi-open warehouses not far behind these stone platforms. The goods that were unloaded from the ship would be transported to these warehouses by the laborers. Behind these simple warehouses, there were rows of huge, rectangular, enclosed warehouses. Each of them had a roof that was about 6 meters high and an arched door that was 4 meters high. The area of each warehouse was not smaller than 2 arenas. Moreover, through the small window at the top, one could see that the walls of the warehouses were quite thick. Only such a high-quality warehouse could allow the owner of the goods to be at ease with the safety of the goods. At the same time, more goods could be stored, and the goods could be transported out more easily. Haka, who had led the administration of the southern region of Iberia for many years, was very clear about the process of the cargo ship entering the port. After the laborers at the dock unloaded the goods and parked them in the temporary warehouse, the owner of the ship would immediately go to the port to rent a warehouse for storage, and then pay the laborers to transfer the goods to the warehouse for storage. Then he would go to the market in the city to contact a buyer. This process would usually take 2 or 3 days. Of course, if the buyer was contacted beforehand, then the situation would be much better. However, in a situation like Turii, where the unloading dock, temporary warehouses, and warehouses were all close together, it was undoubtedly much more convenient. From this, Haka deduced that with the way the Turii people did things, the famous Turii market in the entire Western Mediterranean might not be far from here. And this was indeed the case. He could not help but let out a sigh, which attracted the curiosity of Henoboris. "Master Haka, what are your thoughts about coming to Turii?" Haka pointed to the dock by the shore and sighed sincerely. "Look at the stone docks where the cranes are placed, the temporary warehouses, and the cargo warehouses. They are neatly lined up side by side on both sides of the Krati River like an army, extending all the way forward, the end almost impossible to see. How spectacular! I believe that any outsider who sees such a scene would be in awe of the power of the kingdom of Dionia, and would not dare to have any thoughts of going against it." Henoboris looked at him, and then turned to look at the shore. "Let me tell you an interesting fact. There was a famous scholar in the kingdom, Lysias. One time, he was preparing to write an article describing the docks by the Krati River. He decided to first investigate the docks by the river, and returned not long after. His friend asked him why so fast. He said, "When I reached the river, I found that the docks were full of people, and it was extremely noisy and ear-piercing. The cranes were creaking, oxen and donkeys were neighing incessantly, and the irascible workers were shouting loudly. The air was terrible, mixed with the smell of wine, olive oil, and the sweat of people. I stood there for a while, and felt my head was swollen. With the help of my servants, I had to push aside the people who were blocking the way, and with great difficulty I managed to walk out. And in the process, I stepped on donkey dung twice." Haka could not help but laugh when he heard this. Henoboris sighed, and gazed into the distance in a daze, murmuring, "I still miss the Turii of 10 years ago, especially this Krati River. It was clear and serene, inviting wild and fanciful thoughts. Sigh, but now, not only is the river crowded and noisy, the water has also become muddy, and there are many boats sailing at night. Haka sighed. But no city or country doesn't want their city to be like this, because it means prosperity and power. Henneborus patted the railing with both hands and smiled again. That's why I'm just a clerk, and you're the governor. But I suggest that after you settle down in Turii, it's best to buy a piece of land in the northern mountains, build a villa, and stay there a few times a month. The air there is fresh and quiet, and it's good for your health. As the two chatted, a huge building in the distance entered Haka's eyes. A stone bridge that was 100 meters long lay across the wide Kruti River, like a giant beast overlooking the passing boats. This should be the Great Stone Bridge of Turii, and it was said to be the first stone bridge built in the Western Mediterranean. It was truly spectacular. Haka looked ahead and heard Henneborus say, "We're about to enter the inner city's docks." Following the direction in which Hennepolis was pointing, Hacker saw the city wall that lay between the layers of buildings. There used to be an iron chain blocking the river here. Henneborus pointed at the tower by the riverbank in front, but his eyes looked at Hacker beside him. He said in a seemingly casual manner, "It was abandoned more than 10 years ago, but when the war with Carthage broke out, it was urgently used again. But now, it's completely abandoned because there are no longer enemies that threaten the kingdom from the sea." Haka nodded calmly. In recent years, there were even elders who suggested to tear down the entire inner city wall. Fortunately, most of the elders objected, and it wasn't passed. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to stay in this city of Turii. Haka observed for a while and understood why Henneborus said this. He could already see that the streets within the city wall were not as dense as those outside, and the houses were neat and spacious. There were fewer pedestrians, but it seemed leisurely, as if the city was another world. But there was only one place that was more lively, and that was the inner city's dock that the ship was heading toward. Compared to the long river docks that he had seen before, the inner city's dock seemed too small. There were only 6 trestles, but each berth was extremely spacious, and there was more than enough space for a large ship that was dozens of meters long. Furthermore, the trestles were paved with stone slabs and could accommodate 2 carriages passing side by side. There were also several stone platforms and cranes. There was a rather large waiting area behind the dock, and it was specially set up with long, colorful cloth canopies. This was both for shade and for aesthetic purposes. There were rows of comfortable seats under the canopies, and they were all filled. Haka's gaze quickly searched the crowd by the shore. When he saw a man who was dressed the same as the others, and only had a small, dazzling golden crown on his head, Haka was excited, but he also suddenly felt a little nervous. When the Devers in the waiting area saw the ship enter the dock, they immediately stood up and led the elders to the trestles. After the wooden ladder to disembark was set up, Haka refused the help of the servants and slowly walked down the ship. He came before the Devers, bowed deeply, and said, "Your Majesty, the former governor of the southern region of Iberia, as well as your loyal student, Haka, has arrived." Chapter 1097. Originally, according to the etiquette of the Kingdom of Dionia, the Devers are going to wait for Hacker to finish saluting before saying some words of comfort. However, he didn't expect Hacker's first words to make him freeze, and he casually said, "My student." Hacker looked at the Devers with admiration and said sincerely, "Yes, Your Majesty. The Kingdom of Dionia that you've created and the system of government that you've taken the lead in formulating have fascinated me. I've been studying it all this time, and I've even used some of my insights to govern the southern part of Iberia from time to time. However, there are still many inadequacies, so I've come to Turin this time to learn from you." Henneborus, who had followed closely behind, heard this and couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Hacker, you don't seem to like talking much, but when you start talking, you're actually so good at flattering." The Devers smiled happily and stepped forward to hold Hacker's hands, saying, "You've managed the southern part of Iberia very well, especially the strategies that you've implemented for the various Iberian tribes in your territory. You're very unique, and it's worth us learning from you. So as a teacher, I don't dare to be called that. You're very talented in handling government affairs, and you can completely take charge. It's just that the affairs of the kingdom are complicated now, and there are many problems that need to be solved urgently. I'm also having a headache, so everyone and I are looking forward to seeing you. I believe that with your participation and brainstorming with us, we'll be able to come up with more creative resolutions and bring the governance of the kingdom to a higher level. Hacker immediately replied, I'm very willing to come to Turin and do my part for the kingdom. Good, good. The Devers smiled and patted his hands, looking at him with concern. However, before I give you more burdens, I have to nurse your body back to health first. Otherwise, if you fall ill, Dido will come looking for me. In the eyes of the Devers, Hacker's body was extremely thin, and his face was dark and gloomy. He looked completely sickly, and he wasn't even 30 years old yet. This made the Devers feel fearful. Thank you, Your Majesty, for taking care of Dido these past few years. Hacker expressed his gratitude again. Hey, I haven't thanked your family for raising such a good daughter-in-law for me. Not only is Didwa beautiful and virtuous, but she is also smart and capable. She has also given birth to a lovely grandson for our family. The whole family likes her very much. The people around them smiled kindly. When they saw the two of them chatting, they suddenly realized that although it was the first time Hacker had come to Turii, he was a relative of the King of Devers. Seeing that he was getting along so well with His Majesty, they might have to change their attitude when interacting with him in the future. Herpes! Devers suddenly shouted behind him. Medical Minister Helps responded immediately. I'll leave Haka's treatment and recuperation to you. You have to visit him personally to ensure his health. Yes, Your Majesty. Hacker was a little frightened and immediately said, Your Majesty, this. Helps is an important minister of the kingdom and a famous doctor respected by the people. How can I trouble him with a small illness like mine and waste his precious time? I'm a doctor. How can treating a patient be considered a waste of time? Helps walked forward and carefully looked at Hacker. He worriedly suggested to Devers, Your Majesty, Master Hacker doesn't look too good. He might be too tired from the long journey. I suggest that he return to his residence to rest as soon as possible so that he can recover his energy. Devers already had this thought, and after Help's reminder, they agreed with him even more. They immediately said cautiously, You're right. How about this, Hacker? Go back to your new residence and rest. At the same time, let Helps treat you. After you've recovered, you can slowly familiarize yourself with the senators during the Senate meeting. Your Majesty, I'm still in good health. There's nothing wrong with me. I want to take this opportunity to get to know my colleagues. Hacker didn't want to leave in a hurry without greeting and thanking the senators who had come to greet him, so he quickly expressed his stance. Master Hacker, don't force yourself. Your health is very important to the kingdom. Senate Chairman Lucius hurriedly advised, Your Majesty has always been very concerned about the health of the senators. Everyone will understand. Don't worry, we'll have plenty of opportunities in the future to slowly get to know each other. But Hacker still wanted to object. Devers straightforwardly said to Henoporus, Let's do it this way. Send Master Hacker to his residence first. Oh, right, where's Hasdrubal? He drank too much and is sleeping on the ship. I didn't want to disturb Your Majesty, so I didn't wake him up. Hacker braced himself and said. Devers obviously saw something fishy going on, but he didn't expose it. Instead, he said with some concern, Since that's the case, don't wake him up. When you've all rested and recovered your energy, I'll set up a banquet in the palace to welcome you. I heard that Hasdrubal loves to drink. I have the best wine and beer in the Western Mediterranean, and there are many military senators who are good drinkers attending. I'll definitely let him drink to his heart's content. In order to welcome Hacker's arrival, the Devers and the Senate put in a lot of effort, such as preparing a residence for him. Logically speaking, there was no space in the inner city to build a residence for a senator, and some of the senators who joined the kingdom later lived near the outer city. This time, the Senate specially put up a notice on the bulletin board in front of the Grand Assembly Hall, buying houses from the citizens of the inner city and promising great discounts. However, very few people responded. In the end, it was Status, a merchant from the Turii Chamber of Commerce, who transferred the residence left behind by his father, Kinagarata, to the Senate in exchange for a piece of public land in the outer city and the approval of the Devers. The Ministry of Construction specially sent people to carefully renovate the residence. When Hacker, Hasdrubal, and the others arrived in Turai, they immediately moved into their new residence. Just as Helps had predicted, Hacker had been on a boat for a long time, and this morning he had forced himself to look at the entire city of Turai from the Krati River. He had been exposed to the river breeze for a long time, but as soon as he entered the residence, he fell ill. Helps brought medical staff with him to diagnose and treat him. At dusk, Helps rushed to the Devers residence. Master Hacker has been exposed to the river breeze for a long time, which is why he has caught a cold. I've already given him medicine, and I believe that after the fever subsides, he will get better in a day or two. Helps reported. Fortunately, you reminded me in time today. The Devers temporarily heaved a sigh of relief. He knew very well that Hacker had just arrived in Turai, and nothing could go wrong. Otherwise, the Iberian citizens and the Phoenicians from other regions would have bad guesses. For example, Hacker was in good condition in Iberia, but when he arrived in Turai, he was bedridden. This must be the work of the king of Dionia and the senators. Your Majesty. With a worried expression, Helps continued. After examining Master Hacker's body, I discovered that the reason why he is weak and sickly is because he has a heart disease. His heart sounds very loud and very noisy, very similar to many patients with heart diseases I've treated in the past. We've obtained your consent and the consent of the patients' families. Under the witness of God Hades, we've dissected a few patients with this heart disease who eventually died of illness. We discovered that their hearts are slightly different from the hearts of ordinary people. The places that should be sealed are missing, and the places that shouldn't be sealed are sealed. Moreover, they seem to have this problem since birth, so you named it primary heart disease. I've heard a series of lectures about this in the past few years at the Scholar Conference. This is a very remarkable discovery. Devers praised, but there was still a layer of gloom between his brows. He asked straightforwardly, as far as I know, primary heart disease can't be treated. So, based on Hacker's current physical condition, how long do you think he can live for? Your Majesty, based on our current level of medical skills, it is indeed impossible to treat this disease. In fact, we discovered that there should be many types of primary heart disease, and we're currently working hard to classify them bit by bit through dissection. This is a very long process, but according to our statistics and observations of these patients, as long as they can live past the age of 20, their heart disease is usually relatively mild. As long as their living conditions are good, they don't engage in excessive labor, and they can receive treatment in time, their lifespan will be relatively long. That's good. That's good. Devers's brows relaxed, and his entire body relaxed. He said in a gentle tone, "You've worked hard. Helps. I'll leave Hacker's long-term treatment and nursing to you. Your Majesty, please rest assured. Although we can't cure this disease, we can still delay Master Hacker's symptoms." Helps said confidently, "It's getting late. Have dinner at my place tonight. Your Majesty, I received an urgent message from the hospital on my way here. They've received a patient with a serious condition, and the symptoms are very strange. I need to rush to the hospital to consult with this patient." "All right, then I won't keep you." Helps bowed respectfully, turned around, and prepared to leave. Devers saw that Helps was a little hunched over, and his hair was white. His gait was slightly trembling, and he looked very old. Devers was very touched, and he couldn't help but say, "Helps, you have to take care of yourself. I can't leave you, just like 20 years ago in Persia." Helps' body trembled slightly. He turned around and bowed respectfully to Devers again. Just like how he always responded to Devers's instructions 20 years ago. He said, "Yes, teacher." Chapter 1098. For days later, in the morning, Hacker and Hasdrubal, who had recovered from their cold and regained their spirits, left the mansion after breakfast. One sat in a sedan, while the other walked, treading on the flat and sturdy streets towards the Senate. Along the way, there were many people dressed in white robes with black stripes. They were obviously the senators who were going to attend the meeting. They walked in twos and threes, greeting each other with a smile. Those who were familiar with each other gradually gathered together, excitedly discussing the topic of the day. Some groups had already gathered more than 10 people before they even reached the square. Hence, passers-by would give way to them and greet them, receiving friendly responses from them. Hacker was a newcomer, and he was sitting in a sedan. Even though some senators cast curious glances at him from time to time, no one came up to him to ask questions. Ever since Hasdrubal came to Turin, other than attending a banquet at the mansion of the Devers, he had not shown himself in public. Very few people knew who he was. It was only when they were about to reach the Grand Assembly Hall that someone happily greeted him. Hasdrubal could not remember who that person was. "I'm Antiocha of Missouri," the person said with a smile. Hasdrubal's eyes suddenly widened as he stared at the person's face. Remembering something, he said angrily, "It's you? You led the Mizarans to secretly open the city gates." "Brother," as His Majesty said at the banquet, "no discord, no concord. The past is the past. Now we are all citizens of Dionia, and we are all colleagues working together. We should be closer to each other." Hacker poked his head out of the sedan and reminded him. "Lord Hacker is right," Antiochus said with a relieved smile. "We are all Phoenicians, outsiders to Turin. We should help each other. Of course, I am very happy to listen to Lord Hacker and Lord Hasdrubal's instructions. I believe the other Phoenician senators have the same idea." Hasdrubal snorted and turned his head away. He did not reply. After attending the banquet in the palace last night and talking to the Devers, Hacker already had an idea of what to do. He said calmly in the palanquin, "Thank you for your trust, Lord Antiocha. I will do my best to live up to your trust." Antiocha immediately smiled. Soon, he summoned several Phoenician senators from western Sicily and Sardinia. When the other elders saw the Phoenician elders, who were usually ignored, gathered around a sedan chair, they more or less guessed the reason. They could not help but think more highly of the sickly new chairman. Hasdrubal couldn't help but feel a little nervous when he saw the round building that looked like a giant egg. He and Haka were going to enter from the side door because it was closer, but Antiochus suggested, "Since this is the first time you and Haka are attending a Senate meeting, you should enter from the front door. That way, you can show your presence." Even Hasdrubal, who had a grudge against Antiocha, had to admit that Antiochus' suggestion made sense. They bypassed the senators lining up to enter through the side door and came to the front of the Grand Assembly Hall. There were also senators lining up to enter. Hacker stopped the sedan chair and walked out with the help of his servants. He stood in front of the steps and looked at the Victory Square and the towering memorial pillar in the center. The statue of the goddess of victory at the top was particularly dazzling under the light of dawn. Although it was still morning, there were already many pedestrians in the square. Some were officials working in various departments near the square. Some were peddlers working in the shops by the side of the square. Some were preparing to go to the Supreme Court for hearings. And some were just taking a walk to relax in the square. There were also some children chasing and playing in the square with puppies. The patrolling team in velvet clothes did not stop them. Instead, they smiled and helped the children who fell to the ground up and patted the dust off them. It was a lively scene. Hacker looked for a while and sighed. Victory Square is much bigger than Carthage's Square, Hasdrubal wanted to say, but Carthage's Square is much more magnificent than this one. But then he heard Antiochus say, "It's really big." After that war, Turii held a triumphal parade. I was there to see it. This square can accommodate nearly 40,000 soldiers, which is equivalent to 5 legions. That scene was really shocking. Hasdrubal remained silent, but from his restless expression, he must be thinking about something. "Hey, what's this?" Hacker pointed curiously at the protruding platforms on both sides of the steps. The 2 platforms were connected to the main entrance of the Grand Assembly Hall. There was a fence on the platforms, and the stone walls of the platforms were welded with bronze protrusions. In between the protrusions, there were round shields, making the stone walls of the platforms look like they were made of bronze. This is the public podium of the Senate. It was remodeled 3 years ago. During major celebrations, important events, or the passage of important bills, His Majesty the King of Devers and the rotating chairman will give speeches to the people here. Antiocha looked at Hasdrubal, pointed at the bronze protrusions, and said, "And this is the bronze ram of the warship. It was unloaded from the captured Carthage's warship. And those bronze shields were also seized by the Dionysian army in that war." Antiochus saw that Hasdrubal's expression was very ugly, and quickly added, "But most of them came from Rome. His Majesty, the King of Devers, once said, the reason why the podium is designed like this is not to show off military achievements, but to remind the people and also to remind the senators that it is not easy for Dionia to achieve what it is today. Everyone must always be vigilant, and remember that those who fight too much will die, and those who forget to fight will be in danger." Hacker carefully listened to these words, and then showed a look of admiration. He said, "His Majesty the King of Devers is indeed wise. I believe that under his leadership, the kingdom of Dionia will become even more powerful." Hasdrubal finally could not help but say angrily, "If those idiots in the Senate of Carthage understood this, they would not have become like this today." Hacker obviously did not want to talk about this. He looked at the senators in front of him, who were looking at him, and said softly, let's go and line up." Antiochus immediately said, "Lord Hacker, you are the rotating chairman. You can enter the hall directly." Antiochus deliberately spoke very loudly. The surrounding senators heard his voice and immediately focused their attention on him. They began to whisper among themselves. The ceremonial officer who was on duty at the main entrance quickly ran down the stairs and said uncertainly, "Lord Hacker, I am." Hacker nodded. "Then please follow me." After saying this, the ceremonial officer turned around and walked up. Hacker turned back to look at his brother. "Fortunately, I didn't make you line up here. If you fainted, it would be a joke. Hurry up." Hasdrubal waved his hand impatiently. Hacker slowly walked up the stairs under everyone's gaze. Then he saw a golden pillar as tall as a person in front of him, facing the main entrance of the Grand Assembly Hall. There were some words engraved on the pillar. He walked closer to take a look. It was written in Greek, XX miles from Crotone, XX miles from Cirium, XX miles from Hadrumentum, and even XX miles from Sisi, the central city of southern Iberia. This is a milestone. It records the distance between the Victory Square and all the major cities in the kingdom, the ceremonial officer explained. "Milestone? Very interesting." Hacker patted the pillar lightly. He knew that Dionia was not Carthage. According to its unique system of government, the numbers on the pillar actually represented the distance and area that Dionia's power could cover. "Impressive. Sir, please sign your name here." Arriving in front of the tall wooden door, the ceremonial officer held a wooden board in one hand and a white pen in the other as he spoke to Hacker. Hacker saw that the time was marked at the top of the board and that there were already some names written on it. Without hesitation, he wrote his name and then asked curiously, "Does every elder who attends the meeting need to sign?" "Yes. This way, we will know which elders did not attend or were late, especially those who have no administrative appointment and should attend the meeting. If they are absent many times within a month, they will be criticized and punished by the Overwatch Council. Those who do not attend for a long time may even be stripped of their status as elders." Hacker nodded lightly, but in his heart, he was thinking, I and Hasdrubal, as elders of Dionia, have not been to the Senate for a few years. What should I do? The ceremonial officer seemed to understand his thoughts and continued. Previously, you and Sir Hasdrubal guarded the southern region of Iberia for a long time, and the situation was special. But now that you have returned to Turiae, I hope that you will abide by the rules of the Senate in the future. Of course. Hacker immediately replied solemnly. Under the signal of the ceremonial officer, the guards made way for them to enter the door. Hacker followed the ceremonial officer in and then went up another flight of stone stairs. Soon, they arrived in front of the second wooden door. There were also guards stationed here, and they were politely searching the bodies of the elders who entered the door. The ceremonial officer turned his head and said, "Sir, because there are often fierce arguments in the meeting hall, and when people are excited, there may be insults and even small conflicts for the safety of the elders. This is a necessary inspection." "I understand." The sickly Hacker agreed with this. After calmly accepting the soldier's search, he followed the ceremonial officer into the meeting hall. As soon as he stepped through the door, Hacker's gaze was immediately attracted by a large pure white chair carved from ivory in the center of the hall. It was placed firmly on a stone platform about 2 meters high, and the back of the chair was covered with brown lion skin. It proudly faced the countless wooden chairs surrounding it. Chapter 1099. Diagonally in front of it was the only black wooden table in the hall, and behind the wooden table was a smaller ivory chair. According to Hacker's understanding, that should be the seat of the rotating president who was in charge of the meeting that day. Around the central open space, there were 20 levels of stairs that rose like an arena. Each level was neatly arranged with countless wooden chairs stacked on top of each other. Even Hacker felt a little dizzy looking at them. They surrounded the throne in the center like stars surrounding the moon. At this time, there were already some people seated in the hall. Some of them noticed Hacker, who was following behind the ceremonial officer. A few people quickly stood up from the center of the front row and walked towards Hacker. They were led by Lucius, Cypros, Sidorum, Antares, and Herman, the 5 rotating chairmen. "Welcome, Lord Hacker. We heard that you were sick a few days ago, and we didn't have the nerve to visit you. Are you feeling better now?" Lucius asked with a concerned expression. "I'm really sorry to have made you worry." "I'm fine now," Hacker said apologetically. "Today is my first time attending a meeting. I thought I could arrive early, but it seems that I'm still late." "You're not late," Cypros explained. "It's just that we've always been used to arriving early, because we have to communicate and discuss the topics that are to be discussed that day in advance to avoid accidents. Then I'll try to arrive early when there are meetings in the future," Hacker said knowingly. "Let's not block the passageway and affect the people behind us. Let's go back to our seats and talk in detail," Antares reminded. The few of them brought Hacker to the front row, and Hacker immediately noticed that there were 6 white chairs that stood out in the center of the almost entirely black chairs. These were the ivory chairs that belonged to the rotating president. Did this mean that the rotating president's position in the Senate was so unusual? While Hacker was thinking, he saw Cypros pointing to the seat on his left and said, "Lord Hacker, your seat is here." Hacker walked over and sat down. Suddenly, he realized that this seat really did belong to him. This was because the name Hacker was carved on the ground under his feet. Looking at the seats around him, there were also names carved on them. Cypros saw what he was doing and immediately explained, "The seats in the hall are not to be taken randomly. Each seat belongs to an elder, and the name of the elder is engraved onto the seat. If an elder takes a seat randomly during the meeting, the ceremonial officer will give him a warning, and if he refuses to heed the warning, he will be expelled from the hall." Hacker nodded, silently raising his guard. Actually, 10 years ago, other than some special seats, the rest of the seats could be sat at will. Antares poked his head out and said, "Therefore, during every meeting, the familiar elders would sit together. They would sit here and there, making them very scattered. Moreover, they liked to gather together to discuss, so the order was rather messy, causing the efficiency of the meeting to be low. Later, it was Lord Sesta who put forward a proposal to address this, and it was approved." Hacker nodded again. During this period of time, he had studied the politics of Dionia in detail. He knew that Sesta was the minister of supervision of the kingdom, and he had been in this position for almost 20 years. It was said that he was a cold person, and he had punished many officials and even elders. Many officials were afraid of him, but the majority of the people respected him, calling him the kingdom's Aeacus, one of the 3 infernal judges. Under Antares' intentional pointing, Hacker saw an old man sitting in the same row not far from them. From the side, his body was straight, his eyebrows were thick and long, his nose bridge was high, his nose was big, his lips were thick, and his eyes weren't big. "This is Sesta?" While Hacker was thinking, the old man turned his head and made eye contact with him. Hacker immediately felt a sharp light shoot out from the old man's small eyes, like a sharp knife stabbing into his own eyes. But soon after, the elder retracted his radiance, and his stern face became a bit more peaceful. He nodded towards Hacker, then stood up and walked towards one of the ceremonial officials. He said a few words to him, and the disciplinary official immediately ran out of the venue. It seems that Sesta feels that the elders are entering too slowly, so he asked the ceremonial officer to hurry them up, and Terry said with a sigh. And Terry sighed as he introduced, Lord Hacker, we aren't the first to attend every Senate meeting, but this old fellow. Although this is also his duty, he has been doing this for the past 20 years. I really can't help but admire him. I really don't know if the next Minister of Supervision will be like him. Hacker looked at Sesta, who was standing in front of the hall like a solid stone pillar, and suddenly asked, Lord Cypros, you just said that a seat belongs to a senator, but if the senator is no longer here, the name will be covered by cement, and after hardens, the new senator's name will be engraved on it. Cypros said emotionally, one of his feet lightly rubbing against the ground. Only then did Hacker notice that the color of the name engraved on the ground was a little different from the color around it. He heard Cypros say softly, this seat previously belonged to Lord Cornelius. Hacker did not say anything after hearing that. For someone like him who had been suffering from illness for many years, he was similarly touched. Lord Hacker, there are a total of 615 senators in the Senate. It will be difficult to remember all of them in a short period of time, and Terry suggested. But you can first remember the main senators, such as the ministers of the various departments of the kingdom. Their seats are on both sides of us. The senators who were established in the kingdom of Dionia are the most senior, so their seats are in the first two rows. There are also the senators who have been serving as town governors for many years and have only been promoted to legion commanders in recent years. They are in the third to sixth row. Hacker listened attentively and asked, so my brother Hasdrubal will be sitting at the back? Of course not, Lucius interrupted. Due to Lord Hasdrubal's special situation, after the banquet last night, His Majesty specially discussed with us and finally arranged a special seat for him. I believe you'll be satisfied. Where's his seat? Hacker was curious. By the time Hasdrubal walked into the hall, it was already crowded with people. It was unusually lively. If not for the ceremonial officer leading the way, he would not have known where to go. Lord Hasdrubal, this is your exclusive seat. From now on, you will be seated here when attending Senate meetings. The ceremonial officer finished speaking and turned to leave. It was the seat on the left of the third row. Hasdrubal stood in front of his seat. He felt the oppressive feeling of being stared at by the people around him when he walked through the corridor had lessened. He felt slightly relieved. As soon as he sat down, the person in front of him turned around. Lord Hasdrubal, we meet again. Hasdrubal looked at the person. It was Amyntas, whom he had chatted happily with last night. Lord Hasdrubal, I'm still a little dizzy from the drinking competition I had with you yesterday. The person next to Amyntas turned around as well. It was Matones, another Dionia general whom Hasdrubal had met at the banquet last night. Aren't you afraid of embarrassing yourself? You can't even beat me in drinking. Amyntas mocked. As long as I can beat you in wrestling, that's enough, Matones retorted, unwilling to be outdone. Just as the two were about to bicker, the senator next to Hasdrubal turned around and smiled. Lord Hasdrubal, nice to meet you. I am Dionia's 7th Legion commander, Tiger Telos. Considering Hasdrubal's personality, the Devers had specially invited Amyntas and Matones to accompany him at the banquet last night. Amyntas had sparred with Hasdrubal in Serene City. Although Dionia had won in the end, it had been a very intense fight. As the saying goes, no discord, no concord. Amyntas and Hasdrubal had a mutual appreciation for each other. Furthermore, due to his old age and the many old injuries he had sustained, it was difficult for him to move around. As a result, he had no choice but to resign from his position as the 1st Legion commander. In the end, the Devers appointed Leotychides, who did not belong to the expeditionary army and had much less experience than them, to take over. This made Amyntas a little unwilling. Hasdrubal was the only person who had defeated Leotychides in that war, and his personality was to his liking. In addition, his background was special, so, with Amyntas' intention to win him over, Matones and Hasdrubal had a great time drinking last night. Hasdrubal, who had fought in the Iberian region for more than 10 years, was also willing to stay with Amintas, Matones, and other Daionia generals. Not only because they had similar interests and had many topics to talk about, but also because after the banquet last night, the Devers had specially talked to him and given him an appointment. This caused the former general of Carthage, who had been idle for several years because of his decadence, to finally pull himself together, and also made him realize that having a good relationship with the Daionia army would be beneficial for him to carry out his mission. Both sides had the intention to be on good terms, so the atmosphere soon became warm, and Hasdrubal no longer felt like he was in a strange environment. His Majesty has arrived. Accompanied by a loud shout, the closed wooden door at the back of the center of the hall, which Hacker was facing, opened. The originally noisy hall suddenly quieted down. 4 palace guards in military uniform came out from the door, surrounding the crowned king of the Devers, and entering the hall. The elders in the hall quickly stood up. Dragged by Tiger Telos, Hasdrubal also stood up reluctantly. Only when the Devers sat down on the throne did the elders sit down one after another. At this time, the palace guards stood around the throne, and the ceremonial officers under the Ministry of Supervision also took their positions. 3 recording officers of the hall held pen and paper, sitting at the edge of the center of the hall. The rotating chairman, Antalis, stood up and walked to the podium. Everything was ready. Chapter 1100. The Devers looked around, and their eyes finally fell on Hacker in the front row. They smiled as a greeting, and then nodded at Antares. Clang! Antares rang the small bronze bell on the table, and then the ceremonial officer in front of him shouted, "The meeting begins!" In the past, it was the rotating president who did the talking, but there were more and more senators, and it was very laborious to talk to them all day long. Moreover, the 5 rotating presidents were all older, and there were several cases of the rotating presidents shouting hoarsely and collapsing from exhaustion at the end of the meeting. Therefore, the young ceremonial officers took over the job later. Antares cleared his throat and said loudly, "The bill that His Majesty proposed to divide the territory of the kingdom into 19 regions has been passed. Today's main topic is for us to elect the governors of these regions. Because the region of Rome, southern Iberia, and western Sicily are located at the border of the kingdom, the situation is complicated and the situation is relatively bad. For the safety of the kingdom, special candidates have been selected. Assis will be the governor of Rome, Bagul will be the governor of southern Iberia, and Antonios will be the governor of western Sicily." There was a little commotion in the meeting. Before, the Devers had not decided on the candidate for the governor of western Sicily. Some people might still have some expectations, but when they heard it was Antonios, they immediately lost their temper. Although Antonios had made mistakes before, he had been the governor of the important cities of the kingdom for many years, and during the war in the Western Mediterranean, he was the wartime governor of the Donau region. It was not an easy task to firmly control the Donau region that had just been conquered and then invaded by the Samnite people. This showed his outstanding governance ability. In addition, he was once a high-ranking general in the army with outstanding achievements and high qualifications, so no one raised any objections. The rest of the governors will be elected by the senators according to the previous governor election rules. Antares paused, then continued, "But when recommending candidates, there is a principle that must be followed. The candidate for the governor must have more than 4 years of experience as a town governor. This rule was determined by the senators during the last meeting. It was mainly to ensure that the senators who were elected as the regional governors had sufficient administrative experience. Of course, it also ruled out the possibility of the senators who became the senators of Daionia after the Western Mediterranean War becoming the regional governors. No matter how regretful some people were, Antares raised his voice and continued, "I hereby announce the start of the election for the regional governor. First of all, the first region to be nominated is Corsica. Is there anyone who wants to nominate?" In fact, Alenia was the only town in Corsica, including 8 or 9 settlements with only a few hundred people. Whether in terms of population or land area, Alenia was far from the big cities such as Crotone, Cosenza, and Catani. It was not even comparable to the medium-sized towns such as Spoleto, Cremissa, and Udiere. However, after it was divided into a region by the Devers, this small island became much more important in the eyes of the senators. After all, no matter how small it was still a region. The ceremonial officer scanned the hall. Among the 8 senators who raised their hands, he chose the one with the most seniority. This was also a new rule implemented by the Senate in recent years. During the meeting, the senators were not allowed to stand up and speak. They had to raise their hands, and the ceremonial officer would call out their names according to their age and seniority. This way, it could minimize chaos and improve efficiency. Sir Strompoli. Strompoli stood up and said slowly, "I recommend Philocrates. Although he is young, he has a lot of experience in government affairs. He was once a scribe in the royal household department." Oh, that was during the time when Dionia was still in the Union, not the kingdom. Strompoli purposely emphasized the qualifications of the candidates he recommended. Court Recorder, Minister of Construction, Governor of Castellan, Governor of Santa Iberia. Although he has only been the town governor for 5 years, he is the only kingdom governor who managed a metal smelting center for a long period of time. In the 4 years that he was in charge of Santa Iberia, the production and quality of the metal smelting center have been improving year by year. He was even praised by His Majesty. As he said this, he reached out his left hand and pointed at the Devers in the middle of the hall. Divers neither denied nor nodded in confirmation. After all, he had already promised not to interfere with the election of the regional chief executive, so he had to remain calm as much as possible. He did not want to mislead the elders in the hall with a random action. For a region like Corsica that also focuses on metal smelting, I think Philocrates is the best candidate. Strompoli looked around and finished his last sentence confidently. Out of the 7 senators who raised their hands, 5 quietly lowered their arms. It was not because they felt that Philocrates was the best candidate to be the chief executive of Corsica, but because they felt Strompoli's determination to support Philocrates from his words. After Cornelis, Strompoli was the leader of the Amandalera faction in the Senate. Amandalera was only a small city with a small population, but it held an important position in the Kingdom of Dionia. This was because it was the first town that the king of Devers occupied after he led his mercenary army to Great Greece. In the early days, the citizens of Amandalera played an important role in the development of the entire Kingdom of Dionia. People like Cornelis, Raphael, Scambras, Strompoli, Tritodemos, and Plotsilus all held important positions in the Senate. Although Scambras, Cornelis, and Plotsilus had passed away one after another, the Amendalarans were the first to participate in the kingdom's politics. Moreover, Strompoli and the other senators loved to support the Amendalarans, so the Amendalarans made up a large proportion of the people who participated in the kingdom's politics at a young age and gradually became senators. What was more noteworthy was that more than half of the mercenaries settled in Amandalera. Many of them married Amandalan women and even adopted many Amandalan orphans as their children. Therefore, some of the military senators could be said to be Amendalarans. As long as there was no conflict of interest and no special instructions from the Devers, they would firmly support the Amandalan senators' proposal. In addition, as the Amendalarans were the first to join the Dionia, they had a good relationship with the senators of other factions, especially the gentle Cornelis, who had helped many people. Therefore, these senators felt that they could not compete with the Amandalan faction. To avoid offending the protective old man, they voluntarily gave up. However, Strompoli did not feel relieved because he heard the ceremonial officer shout, "Sir Vespa!" This old man. Strompoli could not help but curse when he saw Vespa stand up shakily not far away. Ever since Vespa resigned from his position as the rotating president, he rarely attended the Senate's meetings, citing his old age as an excuse. This was the first time he had appeared in the meeting in half a year, and it was clear that he had come prepared. I recommend Amabas. Although he is relatively young among the senators, he has a lot of experience in Dionia's politics. Not long after His Majesty came to Italy, he became a soldier under His Majesty's command when he was only 17 years old. He made great contributions in the battle to capture Nudum and defeat the Crotone. However, He was injured in the battle to capture Gramintum and had to retire from the army. Then, he turned to administration. As we all know, before Corsica, Sardinia, southern Iberia, and a small part of Etruria belonged to the kingdom, there were two main metal mines in the kingdom: the copper mine in Turii and the iron mine in the mountains west of Gramintum. Damabas served as the person in charge of the iron mine for 5 years, 1 year more than Philocrates. He has rich experience in managing the mine. During those years, under his management, the iron mine continuously provided the kingdom with enough iron ore and iron ingots for initial smelting. This ensured that our soldiers had a large number of relatively cheap weapons and contributed to the expansion of the kingdom. At this point, Vespa coughed a few times and looked at Strompoli. His expression was calm, but his words were aggressive. I think that to become the regional governor of Corsica, one must not only have the ability to manage the mine, but also have the ability to govern and assimilate other races. Half of the people in Alenia are Phoenicians, and a small part of the territory north of Corsica is occupied by the Etruscans. Therefore, the new regional governor needs to be able to handle the relationship with our close neighbors and allies, the Etruscans. Damabas served as the governor of Poseidon for 3 years, and the governor of Pompeii for 3 years. His achievements have been recognized by the senators. The people in these two towns are diverse, and they are both close to the allies. The northeast of Poseidon's territory is bordered by the territory of Abinulum in the Simone Mountains. When Damabas first became the governor, the war in the western Mediterranean had just begun, and Abinulum was still an ally of Dionia, not a dominion. Damabas handled all of these well, so I think he is the best candidate for the regional governor of Corsica. Chapter 1101. However, none of the senators dared to belittle him. In fact, even if Vespa did not speak much, his presence was a strong show of support for Damabas. He was one of the leaders of the Lacanian faction, and Damabas was a Lacanian. Vespa's speech represented the support of the Lacanian faction in the Senate. In the Senate, the Lacanian faction was equally influential. Vespa's son, Bagul, and son-in-law, Assists, were senior senators and important ministers of the kingdom. Now, they had been appointed as regional governors. The other leader, Hemont, was not only the rotating president, but he also had many daughters and was in laws with many senators. He had a lot of influence in the Senate. In addition, as the Lacanians have been fighting with the mercenaries led by divers for a long time, their development in the kingdom's military could not be underestimated. Other than Elder Lazaru, who had made outstanding contributions, there were also many Lacanians in the army serving as middle and senior officers. The two powerful Senate factions clashed in the first round of the election, but it did not make the other senators retreat completely. The third person to recommend the candidate stood up. He was the Minister of Agriculture, Bacchus. He was not afraid of the dissatisfied gazes of Strompoli and Vespa. He said calmly, "Everyone, I would like to recommend Myceps as the regional governor of Corsica. I think everyone is familiar with him. Since the establishment of Dionia, he has been working in Turii. He has served as the village chief, agricultural adjutant, the person in charge of the copper mines in Turii, the governor of Demo, the governor of Abyssinia, the governor of Heraclea. He had a wealth of administrative experience, as well as experience in managing metal mines. As for his experience in managing other races, which town in the kingdom didn't have a mix of races? Every official faced such a problem, and the kingdom had long since developed a set of mature administrative experience, especially for someone like Myceps, who had direct contact with various races for a long time in government affairs. He had long since gotten used to it. As for his experience in dealing with the allies, that was not a big problem. The kingdom is already so powerful, and most of the allies have become our vassals, especially the Etruscans. They are extremely reliant on us now, so how could they abandon us so easily? In summary, I think Myceps is the most suitable candidate for the regional governor of Corsica." Burkos's words were very direct, but the senators looked at each other in dismay. What's going on? The first election was already a clash between the three major factions since the establishment of Dionia's Senate. The Turii faction was also one of the most important factions in the Senate of Dionia. They had once suppressed the other factions and dominated the affairs of the Senate. However, the Polixis incident had dealt a heavy blow to them, causing many influential senators to be imprisoned, such as Enanilus, Massiscus, Oriphis, coupled with the death of the influential Kinagrata, Bucos, and Ansitanos, due to their personalities and abilities, did not shoulder the responsibility of leading the Turii faction, which led to its decline in the past few years. However, Turii was, after all, the central town of the Kingdom of Dionia. There were many talented Turii officials with outstanding political achievements who entered the Senate in recent years, and it was showing signs of a resurgence. The three senators stood in the first and second rows, one on the left, one on the right, and one in the middle, forming an approximate isosceles triangle, representing the three major factions in the Senate. Since the establishment of Dionia, they had been pushing the kingdom's rapid development. This made the other senators both sigh and vigilant. Looking at the resumes of the three candidates, they all had similar experiences. They were all in their 40s, had served as legionnaires when they were young, had made meritorious contributions, and retired from active service due to injuries. It was precisely because of their performance in the military that they were successfully elected as the village chief of their village. Due to their outstanding performance, they were noticed by the important figures of their faction and were subsequently taken care of. For example, during the war in the Western Mediterranean, Strompoli was urgently appointed as the governor of Saros. He made some requests to the Senate and only agreed to take office after they were satisfied. One of the requests was to transfer Philocrates, who had just been appointed as the governor of Castellan for a year, as his deputy to help manage Saros. It did not take long for Philocrates to be recommended as the governor of Santa Iberia, although at that time, the ranks of the governor of a town in Dionia were not clearly divided. However, as a town under the jurisdiction of the Turii region, many senators believed that the position of the governor of Castellan was only a little higher than that of the governor of Dermo. Since Santa Iberia was a famous financial and smelting center in the Western Mediterranean, becoming the governor of Santa Iberia was much more important. Wiesba and Bagul had contributed a lot to Damaba's becoming the person in charge of the Lucania iron mine and the governor of Poseidonia. Similarly, Bucos had a lot to do with Mykeps becoming an official in the Ministry of Agriculture and managing the copper mine. The mine was also under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Agriculture. Although they had received a lot of care along the way, their political experience in Dionia was about 20 years, far longer than the time that many senators had spent in the Kingdom of Dionia. They could not help but sigh at their inferiority. There were several senators in the three major factions who had such rich political achievements at such a young age. Although this was because the three major factions had participated in the establishment of Dionia and had the advantage of time, it also made the other senators feel the pressure of competition. But now, due to the good political experience of the three, the senators could not find any obvious flaws in them. So they simply remained calm and unruffled, wanting to see the excitement of the three major factions colliding with each other. However, just as the ceremonial officer announced the start of the election, Strompoli looked at Wiesba and then turned to look at Hemot. He blinked and suddenly said, "I'm sorry, I choose to abstain." There was a commotion in the hall. Many of the senators were stunned. Strompoli might be old, but he was stubborn and would not easily admit defeat in an argument. Why did he withdraw before the battle even started? Wiesba and Hemont seemed a little surprised. The ceremonial officer frowned and said loudly, "Sir Strompoli, since you have already proposed a candidate, your abstention now does not count. Does Sir Philocrates agree to abstain?" Philocrates stood up from the back of the hall. He looked at Strompoli, who was still standing. After their eyes met, Strompoli simply said loudly, "I agree to abstain for being a candidate for the governor of Corsica." Then, next up is Damabas and Mykeps. Before the ceremonial officer's voice trailed off, Bucos said, "I also abstain." There was another commotion in the hall. Some of the senators saw the clues and sneered without saying anything. It was the ceremonial officer's first time encountering such a situation. He looked back at Antares nervously. Antares motioned for him to remain calm, and then said loudly, "Are there any senators to be elected?" Due to the withdrawal of Flocrates and Myceps, a few senators saw an opportunity. They proposed candidates with the attitude of giving it a try. Now, including Demabas, there were 3 more candidates. Antares nodded to the ceremonial officer. The ceremonial officer took a deep breath and said loudly, "The nominations are over. The election begins. Senators, please choose the most suitable governor of Corsica from these 3 candidates." The 5 scribes immediately held a wooden board with the names of the 3 candidates written on it. Each of them was in charge of an area of the hall. From the back to the front, they began to ask each senator in a low voice about the candidate they had in mind. Some senators said it out loud, while others did not speak and pointed at the names on the board. The scribes used a white pen to underline the names they had chosen. Behind the scribes, there was a prosecutor who was responsible for ensuring that the scribes strictly followed the rules of the hall and did not cheat. Every year, the Senate held countless elections for the governor of the town. Everyone was already familiar with the process, and the tabulation was soon completed. Antares did not say the result immediately, but wanted to submit the tabulation results to the Devers first. The Devers did not take it and wave their hands. "I have said before, the election of the governor is completely up to you. I will not interfere." Antares expressed that he understood. He held the wooden board, faced the elders, and read aloud, "According to the statistics, Damabas has obtained 545 votes. So the final election for the Corsica region's chief executive is Damabas. Does anyone have any objections?" No one in the hall expressed any objections, but many people understood that Damabas had obtained such a high number of votes because Strompoli and Bucos had abstained. After a while, Antares said loudly, "I announce that Damabas has become the governor of Corsica. Congratulations, Sir Damabas." There was a burst of applause in the hall. Damabas stood up with a face full of joy and bowed to the people around him. After a while, Antares stretched out his hand and gestured downward. The ceremonial officer immediately shouted, "The meeting continues. Please keep quiet. Next, we will proceed with the election of the governor of the northern region of Sardinia." As soon as Antares finished speaking, he saw a familiar figure stand up. Strompoli coughed lightly and said solemnly again, "I elect Flocrates." The reason for the election has been stated before. There were a few chuckles in the hall, but it quickly returned to silence. In the northern region of Sardinia, besides the metal-smelting center Santa Iberia, there's also a relatively wealthy and prosperous seaport town, Saros, and a small coastal town, Albia, which was also rich in precious metals. Chapter 11:02. There were many nuraghes in the mountainous area of its interior, so it was obviously more attractive than the Corsican region. For more senators were recommended, but the final result of the election was Flocrates, who won more than 60% of the votes and was elected by an absolute margin. Looking at the current situation, Hacker understood that the 3 electors at the beginning of the meeting must have reached some kind of tacit agreement. The fact that these 2 young senators could be elected with such a high number of votes meant that they had the support of the other 2 electors who represented the other 2 electors. Hacker's guess was right. When Dionia was first established, the Turii faction led by Cunigurata and the Amendolara faction led by Cornelis had cooperated with each other to suppress the power of the Devers. Later, when the Devers became king and Cunigurata passed away, the Senate finally tamed the Devers. However, people from other regions continued to enter the Senate, attacking the dominant position of the Amendolara faction and the Turii faction. In order to ensure their right to speak in the Senate, they roped in the Lucanian faction, which had always been on good terms with them and had been rising in status. As long as there was no conflict of interest, the senators of the 3 factions could basically maintain the same. So when Strompoli saw that the situation was not good and could not guarantee that Flocrates would win, he immediately took the initiative to give up and gave Vespa and Hemon a look. The 2 Lucanian senators who had worked together for many years immediately understood what he meant. Bucos, who had always been busy with government affairs and was not very flexible in politics, only reacted after Ansitanos quietly reminded him and chose to give up. Thus, The three factions silently reached an agreement. Many senators who understood the situation applauded and congratulated Philocrates. But at the same time, their hearts were pounding. They did not know if Myceps of Turii would jump out again during the election of the chief executive of the region. Next is the election of the chief executive of the southern region of Sardinia. The rotating chairman, Antares, continued to push forward the proceedings of the meeting. In the southern part of Sardinia, there were 7 or 8 original Phoenician towns headed by Carolus. More than half of them were coastal towns with a large population and prosperous sea trade. Moreover, they had fertile plains along the river. The strength of such a region was not weaker than some regions of Greece, so it naturally attracted many elders to elect them. After carefully looking at the person who raised his hand, the ceremonial officer shouted, "Lord Breru." Brel quickly stood up and said in a loud and clear voice, "I recommend Lord Terrace." Sir Terrace's ability was obvious to all. He had served as the administrator for more than 10 years and had outstanding achievements in every term. He had also actively responded to His Majesty's call and went to the Latin region during the war. He bravely served as the administrator of Ostia, which was at the forefront of the war, and successfully assisted the expeditionary army to victory. Moreover, Sir Terrace adhered to the law of Dionia. During the Laodicean incident, he was one of the few Sicilian senators who had no dealings with Laodicean. Therefore, I think only Sir Terrace can govern the southern part of Sardinia, which has a majority of Phoenicians and is relatively wealthy. Furthermore, there will be no corruption or bribery. Breru's words were very straightforward, and it made Antonios feel a little awkward in the meeting hall. Sidorum also felt awkward. He did not expect that Breru, who was also a Brudi, would recommend an outsider without consulting him first. But in fact, although the Brudi were one of the races that joined Ionia earlier, the large-scale rebellion in the southern Italian war caused the Brudi's power to suffer heavy losses in Ionia. Since Bagalipi's death, Sidorum became the leader of the Brudi. However, unlike Vespa and Hemont, he cared more about the people of Vigo City and did not care enough about the development of other young Brudi officials. Therefore, the cohesion of the Brudi in the kingdom's political arena had always been insufficient. In recent years, as Sidorum grew older, he realized that the Brudi's talents were declining, and only then did he begin to pay attention to this problem. Although Breru was a Brudi, he had been in the army all year round and was more familiar with the military elders. Even when he was removed from his position as the head of the 7th Legion in the Western Mediterranean War, because of a mistake, he did not quit the army. After the war, he was appointed by Helos as the military training adjutant. In fact, it was an instruction given by Devers, because he believed that any other legion commander in Breru's position at that time would have no choice but to give the order to rescue. Although he had paid a lot of sacrifices, he maintained the hearts of the people of Catania and the morale of the army. Breru made the right choice, but he was guilty of it. When he was removed from his position, it was to uphold the dignity of military law. Later, he was appointed to make up for what the Ministry of Military Affairs owed him. He had a better relationship with the military elders than with the Brudi, and Sidorum felt that with Brum's political skills, it was impossible for him to say those words. He had never seen him interact with Terrace in the past. He must have been instructed by the military to recommend Breru. Was it Felicius or Alexis? Sidorum looked suspiciously at the two military officials who were whispering to each other. Finally, his gaze landed on the other Brudi elder, Saru. Before Sidorum joined Ionia, Saru was the successor that he had groomed for Vigor City. However, after Brudi joined Ionia, despite Sidorum's full support, Saru's development in the kingdom's politics did not go too well. He was not good at handling political affairs, and after several setbacks, he lacked confidence in managing a region on his own. Saru, on the other hand, had always been very interested in commanding troops. However, he had been dissuaded by Sidorum from entering the military as soon as possible. Later, when the political scene was not going well, he wanted to transfer to the military, but he was too old and could no longer start as a team officer. At this moment, Saru was looking at Sidorum anxiously because Sidorum was also ready to let Saru recommend a person, Hesitatus. Although Hesitatus was not a Broody, he had lived in the Broody region for decades. Most of the people he had led in the rebellion were still living in the Broody region, and there were a few talents in the kingdom's political scene. More importantly, Hesitatus had been the chief executive of the important cities in the kingdom many times, and his administrative skills were quite good. Sidorum had worked with him in the Senate for the past few years. When he felt that the Broody people were not good enough, he wanted to bring Hesitatus and his people into his faction. However, in the eyes of some elders, Breru belonged to the Broody faction. He had already recommended Terrace, and now that Sidorum recommended Hesitatus, the elders who supported him would be at a loss. Most importantly, since Breru had the support of the military, Sidorum did not have the confidence to let Hesitatus win. After thinking about it, he shook his head at Sidorum. Sidorum's judgment was accurate. Although Terrace had a few competitors, he was still chosen with the highest number of votes. The candidates for the 3 regional governors had been confirmed. The day's election seemed to have just ended, because the regions that were to be discussed next were all within the borders of Italy and Sicily, which was what most of the elders were most concerned about. Therefore, many people subconsciously straightened their backs and waited for Antares to speak. The next area to be elected is the eastern plains of Campania. The eastern plains of Campania not only included the former towns of Campania, such as Ennona, Niconia, Ralla, Caesura, and Pompeii, but also the former towns of the Simonians, such as Caudim and Beneventum. It could be said that it occupied the most important and best area in this area, thus achieving the strategic goal of controlling and balancing the Simonians and Campanians. However, because of its importance, there were also many elders who favored it. The first elder to stand up was Borit. In fact, he was not a very senior elder at Dionia, but he had cooperated with Dionia for a long time. In the Southern Italian War and the Western Mediterranean War, he provided great help to Dionia's final victory. He also took the initiative to persuade his people to merge Potentia, an extremely important Lacanian town, to the kingdom, into Dionia. Therefore, since the day he entered the Senate, he was highly regarded and respected by the elders. Out of respect, the ceremonial officer asked him to be the first to speak. I recommend Sesima. Sima has been the chief executive of Nudum, Elia, Capsa, and other towns. He's very familiar with the Lucania and Samni mountains. He's also very familiar with the Samni people. I believe that as the chief executive of the eastern region of Campania, he'll be able to maintain the stability of that region and prevent the Samni people from causing trouble. Although Borit's words were short, it was obvious that he still had a deep prejudice against the Simonians. Saru finally stood up. I recommend Hegesidas. Gorkys, the former elder of Castellan, also stood up and recommended his good friend, Amicus. Tryphias, the former elder of Heraclea, recommended his good friend, Tedepras, the elder from Metapontum. Of these referees, one stood out in particular, Mentititius, the present president of the College of Dionysia, who, though unlike his good friend Matyrus, sometimes attended the meetings of the Senate. In order not to delay the study of these scholarly senators, it was passed, at the suggestion of Dyphus, that they should be excused from attending meetings except those of great importance. Never took part in the election of the governor of the town. Chapter 11:03. An elder once asked him, and his answer was, I study mathematics. Any formula and theorem must be calculated by myself to determine if it is correct or not. I don't know much about your achievements, so I can't recommend anyone randomly. Otherwise, I will mislead everyone and affect the affairs of the country. But now that he stood up, the elders could not help but be curious about who he was recommending. Nico Marcus is the person I want to recommend. I won't say much about Nico Marcus' ability. His statue in Odlum says it all. What I want to say is that during the war in the Western Mediterranean, he responded to His Majesty's call and went to the Latin region. He did his best to help Sir Assis reorganize Rome that had just been conquered. Later, he tried his best to govern the city of Gabii that was plundered by the flames of war. Mentodicus emphasized the words plundered by the flames of war. After Gabi was conquered, the citizens were all reduced as slaves to serve as a deterrent to the other Latin city-states. Mentodicus had some opinions about this. Devers, who sat in the middle of the hall, still looked calm, as if he did not hear what he said. That's why I think Nicomachus should become the regional administrator and contribute more to the kingdom. What Mentodicus said made Sidorum feel that something was wrong. Why did it sound similar to what Brem said? He suddenly looked at Devers. Hemont and Lysias were the same. Of course, they would not notice anything strange from Devers's calm face. After this round of recommendations, some elders began to raise objections. Sir Kelsima indeed understands the situation in the Samony Mountains, but to be the chief executive of the eastern region of Campania, not only does he have to maintain the stability of the region, but he also has to develop the region better so that he can better assimilate the Samony people around him. In this regard, Sir Sima does not seem to have outstanding performance in the past. Sir Hepsidus does have a rich resume, but he did not work in the northern cities. I'm afraid he does not know much about the Samoni people. The referees had to answer these questions one by one to avoid negatively affecting the candidate they recommended. After some debate, the result of the vote, Nick Marcus narrowly won. Nicomachus stood up with an incredulous look on his face and bowed in all directions to express his gratitude. His exaggerated antics and humorous words elicited a burst of laughter from the audience, which also eased the gradually tense atmosphere. Next up is the Strait of Messina region. The region of the Strait of Messina includes the towns of Liguim, Messina, Torina, and the northern coast of Sicily, as well as the archipelago of Lipara. This region, though narrow and sparsely populated, is endowed with the Strait of Messina, which is of great strategic and commercial value. One of them was very eye-catching, Cypros. As the rotating chairman, he actually stood up to recommend someone, which naturally caused a small commotion. And the person he recommended was Amicles. Perhaps the other elders would think that since Cypros was the governor of Catanae and Amicles was the governor of Messina, the two of them had worked together for several years in the eastern part of Sicily, so they must have a good relationship. That was why they took the initiative to recommend Cypros. But the Devers knew through the intelligence department that Cypros and Amicles did not have much contact, so he recommended Cypros out of the public interest. This was what he admired about Cypros. In the 2 years since Cypros became the rotating chairman, his advice to the Devers were all based on the interests of the kingdom, and there was almost no selfishness, unlike Sidorum and Hemont, who thought too much about their own race. Although Lucius was a little better, as the head of the rotating chairman, he did not do enough. Antares was also a good person. He could see the big picture, but sometimes he was a little impatient. Who knew if he would recommend a candidate today? The Devers' eyes lingered on Antares for a moment, then turned to Amicles. The senator from Castellan looked a little surprised and nervous. Perhaps he did not expect Cypros to recommend him, but he was also looking forward to this position. It was just that he had lost the election for the governor of the eastern part of Campania, so he was a little worried. So was Amicles suitable to be the governor of the Strait of Messina? The Devers thought about it, and felt that Amicles was indeed a suitable candidate. It seemed that Amicles was a gentleman who was not aggressive enough. When he was the chief general of Castellan, he succumbed to Dionea's aggressiveness. When he was the governor of Messina, he took the initiative to bow down to the tough Governor Ligium. When he was the governor of Gela, he took the initiative to go to the mountains to negotiate with the cold-blooded leader of the Psycheer. But on the other hand, was this not a kind of wisdom? So during the years when Greece was at war, Castellan was not affected too much. In the end, the people happily joined the kingdom. Now, Ligium and Messina were still in conflict, but the years when Amicles was in office was a period of relatively good relations between the two cities. It was also because of Amicles' actions that many Psycheer people took the initiative to move to the sparsely populated Gela, which made Gela the fastest to recover after the war among the towns on the south coast of Sicily. Great wisdom may appear slow-witted. The Devers looked at the ordinary-looking old man in the crowd and gradually felt a little hopeful. Perhaps he could really solve the decades of conflict between Ligium and Messina once and for all. Thinking of this, he shifted his gaze to the Minister of Commerce, Marigi, who was sitting on the right side of the front row. Their eyes met and quickly moved away. After two more candidates were announced, the commander of the Second Fleet, Middle-Aids, stood up and said loudly, "I also recommend Amicals. Although I have not had much contact with him, when the Third Fleet went south to fight on the north coast of Sicily, we received his full support and help. I feel that he is a good governor, so I recommend him." His words were simple and crude, but no one found it funny. That was because Mithridates was now the most popular hero in the kingdom. He had made great achievements in the war in the western Mediterranean Sea. His support would undoubtedly increase the chances of Amicals being chosen. Of course, there were also some senators who were not convinced. Amicals used to be the governor of Messina. If he becomes the governor of the Isthmus region again, it would be against the law of Dionia if he serves too long in the same region. Cypros was already prepared for this. He explained calmly, "Lord Amicals only served in Messina for 4 years before being transferred to the governor of Gela. Even if he wins, it would not violate the law of not serving in the same region for more than 8 years." Cypros easily refuted the doubts, and Myron could empathize with him. If he had not discussed with Lysias beforehand and received his reminder, he would have been in big trouble today, and all his efforts would have been for naught. The final result of the vote was that Amicals won by only 5 votes. Apparently, Amicals did not expect such a result. He stood up in a daze. When he bowed to the applauding senators, he also expressed his gratitude to Cypros and Middle-Aids. Many of the senators were secretly sighing. The coward Amicals was too lucky to be favored by Cypros and Middle-Aids. But apparently, they did not realize that the real mastermind was sitting in the middle of the hall like a wooden statue. The next election is the Catania region, and Terry's words made Myron sit up straight. He knew that with Lysias' cautious character, he would not directly recommend himself, so he was curious who Lysias would recommend. But the first senator to stand up had nothing to do with Lysias. He was Alcibiades, the brother of Agnes, and a relative of the king of the Devers. Although he had such a special status, he had not held any position in the kingdom's politics. But his business was growing, and he had become a famous businessman in the kingdom. It was because of his special relationship with the Devers that he rarely participated in the election of the town governor, and the few times he did participate were related to Phaedon. So when he stood up, the senators could guess who he was going to recommend. Today, Alcibiades was not as proud as he used to be, and his actions were even a little wretched. He was trying to avoid the Devers' eyes. Ever since the Ministry of Military Affairs conveyed the words of the Devers to him, he immediately realized that he had crossed the line with the Devers and was terrified. He had asked his sister several times to explain to the Devers, but the Devers had not agreed to meet him. This time, he attended the Senate meeting for 2 reasons. One was for his good friend, and the other was to find a chance to meet the Devers. But when he stood up and saw the expressionless Devers in front of him, he could not help but panic. I recommend Phaedon. As the current governor of Catania, not only did Lord Phaedon quickly restore the devastated Catania to prosperity, he also actively helped the tribes of Siccar near the western edge of the Catania Plains, helping the Sicilian mountain people who had gone through the flames of war and had no choice but to join the kingdom through difficult times. In the end, many tribes took the initiative to walk out of the mountains and accept Phaedon's jurisdiction. It seemed like that sentence had quite an effect. Divers could, of course, hear the panic in Alcibiades' heart from his slightly trembling voice. Chapter 1104. Previously, Agnes had defended Alcibiades, saying that he was surprised by his nephew's intelligence and could not help but want to show it off to others. That was why he was so flamboyant, but other than that, he did not have any other intentions. However, the Devers did not really believe these words, because it did not explain why he wanted to invite Plato to a banquet. Was it not because he knew that Plato was on good terms with them, and that Plato strongly advocated the philosophy of the king, so he wanted to use him to influence them? As they had read too much about the history of the struggle for royal power in their previous life, the Devers were not afraid to speculate about this matter with the worst of intentions. Perhaps in the past, Alcibiades had indeed put all his interest and energy into business, and had no interest in politics or power. However, he had now become a big merchant, and his wealth was comparable to that of a country, so it was inevitable that he would have some other thoughts. After all, he was the son of the shrewd Adilicus, so there was bound to be some inheritance. Therefore, the Devers decided to ignore this relative for the time being, and would continue to reduce the orders for his shipyards until he remembered this lesson. Although they had opinions about Alcibiades, it did not affect the Devers' admiration for the candidate he recommended. The first impression that the Devers had of Phaedon was that he was fearless when facing Dionysius's army, courageous in battle, and indomitable. After Phaedon joined Ionia and participated in the kingdom assembly, the Senate held a meeting to elect the chief executive of the town. The Lygemian hero, who was very interested in Dionia's unique system of government, did something that shocked everyone present. Not only did he volunteer to participate in the election, but he insisted on doing so even after the chairman tried to dissuade him out of goodwill. His reason was that he was good at grasping Dionia's laws and political system in practice. This slightly angered the chairman and the elders. With the mentality of teaching him a lesson, and, at the same time, to ensure the stability of the kingdom's political situation, they simply elected him as the chief executive of Amendalar, and at the same time provided him with 2 experienced administrative assistants. In the beginning, Phaedon encountered a lot of trouble in his first period of office. He was not familiar with government affairs. The officials were not willing to cooperate. The people protested daily, and the entire town's administrative affairs were almost at a standstill. The Senate was ready to remove him from office at any time. However, Phaedon was not intimidated by the difficulties. Full of energy, he seized the time to learn Dionia's laws and system at night. During the day, he ignored his status and humbly consulted his subordinates. Not only was he able to accept the people's protests, he even personally went to the places to investigate and study. Gradually, his positive attitude influenced the officials, and the people also moved the people. The officials began to cooperate, the people complained less, and the government gradually got on the right track. For months later, Amendalar's government affairs returned to normal. A year later, Phaedon was able to handle the town affairs like a veteran who had served as a governor for many years. However, his hands-on and inquisitive style had not changed. Although Amendalara was a very stable town, it was not easy to manage it well. But after 3 years, most of the people here unanimously declared that Phaedon was the best governor they had ever met. That was already amazing. When they thought about Phaedon's experience in the kingdom's administration, they were even more astonished. Some of the chairmen even had the thought that perhaps Amendalar should be governed by inexperienced elders. Perhaps only they could maintain their humility toward government affairs and have the patience to satisfy the demands of the picky citizens of Amendalar. That was why the Senate chose Publius to take over the position of Amendalata's chief executive. Phaedon's outstanding performance also aroused the curiosity of the Devers. In order to see how capable this elder was, they secretly ordered him to be the chief executive of Naxos. That time, there were fewer people who opposed the election. Judging from the current situation, Phaedon's governance was still outstanding, especially the series of measures taken against the Sicarer tribe west of Mount Etna. Strictly speaking, this was not under the jurisdiction of the chief executive of Naxos, but he was brave enough to take responsibility and was not afraid of trouble. He decisively took over the matter, and the final results were good. This proactive style of doing things was what the Devers admired the most. It was also a good quality that a chief executive of a region should have. At that moment, the Devers looked at Phaedon in the middle of the hall. His sculpture-like face was covered with pitted, weather-beaten skin. He looked extremely cold, but also as calm as an old official. In fact, he was not even 50 years old, and he had only been a chief executive of the kingdom for 6 years. He had been a chief executive of a town for almost 6 years, and his resume was enough to show disdain for others. What the Devers did not understand was that Phaedon was tough and Alcibiades was flexible. Their personalities were not compatible, but they still got along well. Perhaps it was because they were both from Lygum, or perhaps they had worked together to quell the chaos in Lygium, and thus formed a friendship. Or perhaps it was because their personalities complemented each other. But in any case, with the support of Alcibiades was a relative of the royal family after all, and he had some supporters in the Senate. The other elders would not want to have a conflict with him unless it involved great interests, and with Phaedon's own ability, he believed that he could win a lot of support. Moreover, Phaedon had fought side by side with the generals of Dionia in the war against Italy, and he had made a good friend. He believed that his odds of winning were very high. As long as he did not do something illegal with Alcibiades in the future, the Devers were willing to give these excellent administrative talents a bigger stage to make full use of their abilities. After Alcibiades sat down, another elder stood up and said, "I recommend Myron." So, it was Phreniris from Kyrenia. Myron was not surprised at the recommendation. After all, Kyrenia used to be a member of the Crotone Alliance. Lucius was familiar with the leaders of Kyrenia before, and after he joined Ionia, he strengthened his relationship with these elders from the former Crotone Alliance. But it was a pity that it was difficult to unite them into another major faction in the Senate. The reason was simple. 3 of the 5 rotating presidents were from the former Crotone Alliance. Although Cypros had a good relationship with many people, he had never been too close to anyone in private, nor did he form a faction, and Teres and Lucius did not get along well. Therefore, the Clotho faction, which Lucius had hoped to form the most powerful faction in the Senate of the kingdom, was still a bubble. The land of Catania was vast and had a large population. Agriculture, commerce, forestry, and animal husbandry were all relatively prosperous. Therefore, there were many competitors, and the arguments between them were more intense. Myron's long tenure in the Catania region was pointed out. Phaedon was also questioned about his short time as the town's governor and his lack of experience. He was questioned if he could govern such an important region well. There were also candidates who were directly exposed for the mistakes in their resumes, and so on. Arguments were everywhere in the meeting hall. Usually, it was time for the ceremonial officer to play his role. He would stop the emotional elders from speaking insulting words, and he would also warn those who stood up and spoke against the order of the speech. In short, they were trying their best to maintain the order of the meeting hall and prevent this sacred place from turning into a noisy market of verbal abuse. The heated arguments in the meeting hall could not change the elders who already had a candidate to support, but could influence the elders who were still neutral. This was also what the Devers hoped to see. In such a competitive situation, the elders who were mediocre and did not have any achievements in the past did not dare to stand up for election. This was to avoid being criticized by the others, which would lead to embarrassment and embarrassment. Only in this way could the elected governor be at least above average. The final result of the election was Phaedon won. As Myron applauded and congratulated Phaedon, he felt a little uneasy in his heart. Although the election was going as Lucius expected, he also felt nervous when he saw how fierce the competition was. The next election is for the Syracuse region. The name Syracuse alone was enough to attract many elders to participate in the election, but when the ceremonial officer called out Felicius' name, everyone's heart tightened. The people from the army were finally going to make their move. "I recommend Lord Adrianx." Felicius only said this one sentence before he stopped, because he thought that Adrianx's political achievements were already widely known, and he did not need to say more. However, he gave many elders the impression that the people from the army were indeed domineering. His recommendation scared off some of the candidates, but it also aroused the dissatisfaction of others. Therefore, there were also a few people who participated in the election. The debate was still intense, but the final result was still Adrianx won with a high number of votes. It was proven that, as one of the founders of Dionia and another important faction in the Senate, although the army did not usually take the initiative to speak up in meetings, once they got serious, they could influence the direction of the meeting. The next election is for the south coast of Sicily. Antares' words made the Devers pay a little more attention, because he originally had his eyes on Amicles, but now that Amicles had become the governor of the Strait of Messina, he wanted to see what kind of candidate the elders would recommend. Unexpectedly, the first name that the ceremonial officer called out surprised him. Lord Amyntas. Amyntas stood up abruptly. His two sharp eyes swept over the elders who were whispering to each other, and his voice was loud enough to drown out the noise in the meeting hall. I recommend Agathia. He once followed His Majesty on an expedition to Persia and was also a founding elder when Dionia was first established. He is fully qualified to be the regional governor. Chapter 1105. Amyntas' reason was simple and crude: to compete in seniority. The reason why the Devers were surprised was that if this was a joint decision of the military elders, someone would have told them beforehand. Since there was no one, it could be a personal decision of Amyntas. Could it be that Amyntas, who had never been interested in Senate meetings, wanted to develop his career in the Senate after retiring from active military service? Of course, Agathia and Amyntas were good friends when they were on the expedition to Persia. They had been in close contact all these years. It was understandable that Amyntas wanted to help his friend. However, there were many mercenaries who turned to politics. Helos, Capys, Cesta, Adrianx. Agathia was one of the more inconspicuous ones. He had been the chief executive of a town many times over the years, but he had always followed the rules and did not have any outstanding achievements. Therefore, the Devers did not think that he could govern the war-ravaged area well and lead the people of the south coast of Sicily and the Sicilian people out of the post-war predicament as soon as possible. Of course, nothing was absolute. After all, Agathia was an old subordinate of the Devers. He had always been diligent in completing the tasks assigned to him. Therefore, the Devers did not intend to stop him. However, if Amyntas thought that the military elders and other elders who were on good terms with him would support him, it would be a big mistake. The kingdom of Dionia had been established for almost 20 years. There were nearly 100 military elders, each with their own interests and aspirations. It was no longer the time when the mercenary elders could respond to a single call. Even the navy, which had the least number of elders, could not be completely united. Sometimes they would even be divided into two factions, the Seclian and the Middleades, not to mention the army, which had a large number of people. Rising stars with outstanding military achievements like Prososus and Printos would not mingle with the mercenary elders at all. New elders like Patroclus and Sextus would not listen to the elders. Generals from other regions like Lazuru and Eurasia also had their own aspirations. Even the mercenary elders themselves were not monolithic. There were differences in the military headquarters and the generals of the various legions, as well as differences in personality and style of doing things, such as Alexis and Amyntas. This was what the Devers hoped for. Only he could unite the military elders. If they could not unite themselves, then the Devers would be worried. The second person to stand up was Saru, who was still recommended by him, Hegesidas. The Devers recognized Hegesidas' ability. However, did Saru have the confidence to recommend Hegesidas at this time? Did he have the confidence to win against the military elders? Or could it be that Sidorum, who was behind him, had seen through Amyntas' act and thought that the south coast of Sicily was small and sparsely populated? Furthermore, it involved complicated issues such as post-war reconstruction and the integration of the Sicilian people in mountains. Therefore, the competition would not be too fierce. The Devers glanced at Sidorum, who was sitting in the front row of the meeting hall. This old fellow was quite smart. He knew how to bully the weak. However, would things really go as he wished? The Devers leaned back on their seats and watched quietly with interest. As expected, there were only a few people who recommended Hegesidas. However, just as the ceremonial officer was about to announce the start of the voting, a shout came from behind him, "Wait, I also have a candidate to recommend." There was an uproar in the meeting hall. Antares stood up and said confidently, "The law does not stipulate that the rotating chairman of the meeting does not have a right to vote." "Oh, this is interesting." The Devers stroked his chin and guessed the candidate Antares was going to recommend. They were ready to watch a good show. Antares cleared his throat, straightened his chest, and said loudly, "The person I want to recommend is Crayru." Crayru, who was sitting in the meeting hall, was stunned when he heard this. He did not discuss this with Antares beforehand and did not expect the rotating chairman to recommend him. Originally, he was a little interested in the position of the chief executive of the south coast of Sicily and was even prepared to recommend himself. However, when he saw that both Amintas and Saru had recommended candidates, he felt that his chances of winning were not high. Hence, he chose to give up. He did not expect things to take a turn. Lord Creru's first time as the chief executive of a town was in Napatisha. After that, he has been in the Sicilian mountains for 4 years. His political achievements have been rather outstanding, and he has won the trust of the Sicilian people. We all know that the territory of the south coast of Sicily is mostly in the mountains, and the majority of the population is the Sicilian people. If we can solve the problem of the Sicilian people, the problem of the south coast of Sicily will be solved easily. Creru is the best candidate. The Devers nodded secretly. He thought that what Antares said made sense. To be honest, he had really forgotten about Creru. Sidorum was a little restless. First it was Breru, and now it was Creru. One after another, the Abyssinia people embarrassed him and made the other senators laugh at him. Although Abyssinia had long belonged to the Turii, they were still the Brudi people. In the past, Creru loved to be close to Bagalipi and did not have much contact with him. But now, he was the leader of the Brudi people and the rotating chairman of the Senate. If he wanted to participate in the election, why didn't he tell him? Why did he let this guy interfere? Sidorum looked at Antares, who was standing behind the podium, and felt a little depressed. Antares did things according to his own preferences. He could refute someone in the meeting hall in front of the many senators, and he could also recommend that person if he felt that the person was suitable during the election of the town's chief executive. Although he did not have any faction, many senators still recognized him as the rotating chairman. With his recommendation, Hesydas might not necessarily win. Just when Sidorum was feeling depressed, the debate in the meeting hall had already begun. Creru first stayed in Hina for 4 years, and then in Enna for 4 years. He has stayed in the same area for 8 years. This is beyond the time limit. He should not participate in the election of the chief executive of the southern region of Sicily. You have to understand that in the last regional administrative plan made by His Majesty, Hina was assigned to the Catania region. So there is no problem that you said. The southern region of Sicily has mountains and many coastal towns. Sir Creru's previous experience has been in the mountains, so he obviously lacks experience in governing coastal towns. As a senator of the kingdom, you don't even know the geography of the kingdom. I really feel ashamed for you. Isn't Napitia a coastal town? It was during Creru's reign that Napitia's port was expanded, and the sea trade was also developed. From this, we can see that he has experience in governing coastal towns. Antares refuted all the senators who raised their opinions until they were speechless. This also helped Creru to be elected. Of course, this also had to do with Breru's good performance in the Western Mediterranean War. Not only did he cooperate well with Alexis, Lazuru, Epitines, and other generals, he also actively cooperated with Cypros, Myron, and Adrianx to reorganize and govern the Sicilian people. These senators not only voted for him, but also led others to support him. When the results were announced, Creru was both surprised and happy. His expression was a little funny, but this result was mainly due to his own hard work. Amintas was a little annoyed, but Agathia was a little indifferent. He used to be a penniless mercenary, but now he was a respected senator of the kingdom, governing a town with thousands or even tens of thousands of people. His power was even greater than the chief general of the city. He was already very satisfied. Of course, this also had to do with his old age. His energy had decreased, and his desire to enjoy life was getting stronger. Hepsidus was depressed that he had lost again, but the election continued. The next region to be elected is the Downey region. Finally, it was Greece's turn. The senators sat up straight again. The first to stand up was the commander of the 4th Cavalry Legion, Plegulus. I recommend Torlex. Plegulus was a Messapi. He did not recommend the leader of his own race, Aparotia, but he recommended the leader of the Pachetti tribe. However, this was not surprising because everyone knew that he did not get along with Aparotia. The reason was simple. When the Dionysian army attacked the Messapi territory, Aparotia, the leader of the Udii tribe, was the first to lead his people to surrender. This led to many Messapi tribes learning from him, and the conquest of the entire Misapi became much easier. At that time, Plegulus, who was still stubbornly resisting, hated Aparosha. Even after more than 10 years had passed, and the two were now colleagues of the kingdom, this resentment had not completely disappeared. Therefore, Plegulus was unwilling to interact with the Misapi senators led by Aparosha, and was more willing to interact with the Pachetti people, who were once of the same race. Of course, most of the senators did not care about the grievances between Plegulus and Aparosha. They were concerned about the recommended Torlex. He had served as the town's governor for several terms, and his performance was average. He did not have amazing political achievements, but he had a good son-in-law, Marcellius Adorus, who used to be called Devers. Adorus. He was the adopted son of the king of Devers. It was said that the king was very concerned about this adopted son, and he was about to be promoted to a captain at a young age. In the past, the senators had taken Torlex's special identity into account and tried to make things convenient for him as long as there was no conflict of interest. At this time, they all subconsciously looked at the king of Devers in the center of the hall. Chapter 11:06. However, the Devers' calm expression did not reveal any of it. Just as some senators were considering whether to support Torlex, another person stood up and said, "The person I recommend is Antrapolis." There was a commotion in the hall. Both the person who recommended and the person who was recommended surprised them. Antonios, the former viceroy of the Downey War and the newly appointed governor of the western region of Sicily. Although he was once demoted due to the Laodicean incident, he rose again very quickly, and his influence in the kingdom's political arena was still huge. Antrapolis, an elder who switched from the intelligence department to the political arena. It was precisely because of this special identity that many senators kept a respectful distance from him. Lord Antrapolis responded to His Majesty's call and resolutely went to the Latin region. Antonio's tone was a little familiar, and Lucius subconsciously looked at the Devers again. After assisting the assist to stabilize the order in Rome, Lord Antrapolis resolutely asked His Majesty to be the governor of Saturnicum City. What a courageous act! All of you should know that Saturnicum City had a plague during the war. It hasn't even been half a year, and Antrapolis bravely took up the heavy burden of rebuilding Saturnicum City without the slightest fear of the risk of being infected by the plague. In the past 20 years of the kingdom, no other senator has done such a crazy but admirable thing. Only Antrapolis. And 5 years have passed, and under his rule, not only has Saturnicum been rebuilt, it has also become more prosperous than before. Therefore, I believe that Lord Antrapolis is the most qualified to be the governor of the Downey region. After Antonios finished speaking, the hall that had been filled with incessant discussions suddenly became quiet for a moment. Then Priest Hades' scepter priest Plazinas took the lead to applaud, and gradually, the entire hall was filled with applause. Antrapolis had no choice but to stand up with a humble expression and bow to the people around him to express his gratitude. Antonios looked at the elders who were applauding and sneered in his heart. Some of you might think that I'm recommending Antrapolis because he helped me during the conquest of Syracuse, and now I'm returning his favor. You're wrong. I'm just carrying out His Majesty's order. What a bunch of fools. Did they really believe what His Majesty said? You can decide the election by yourselves, and I won't interfere. In fact, he has been controlling the entire election since this morning. He just didn't use Marigi and Plazinas, whom you're familiar with. Thinking about it, Antonios couldn't help but look at Devers, but after meeting Devers' deep gaze, he quickly looked away. To be honest, if he used to admire Devers' leadership ability and long-term vision, he had been completely subdued by His Majesty's terrifying political control over the past few years. Antrapolis' mind was recalling what his brother Aristiras had said to him a few days ago. You don't have to worry about no one supporting you during the election. His Majesty won't forget those who contributed greatly to the kingdom during the most difficult times. He will never let these important positions be occupied by those who don't contribute during crucial times and only come to pluck the apple after the event. My brother is right. I have a high chance of becoming the chief executive of the Downey region. Antrapolis was ecstatic. He had decided to accept Antonios's favor and completely erase the incident of him slapping him in the face back then. The truth proved that with the Devers' secret support, the election would be very smooth. Antrapolis was elected with a high vote. When he had to stand up again and thank the elders, he was very emotional. From today onwards, he was no longer the newcomer who had just entered the political arena and was despised by others, but an important minister of the kingdom. In order to achieve the goal he had promised, he had worked tirelessly and even took risks several times. Finally, he got what he wanted. The next election is the Pachetti region. Lord Ansitanos, the name that the ceremonial officer called out, shocked everyone. They were all curious. This famous scholar of the kingdom and the highly respected foreign minister usually focused on foreign affairs and academic research, and rarely had close contact with other elders. Who would he recommend? I recommend Aparosia. Ansitanos stood up and said slowly, and then fell silent. The reason why Aparosia could become the leader of the Misapi elders was not only because he was the first to surrender to Dionia, but also because he was really capable, decisive, and good at judging the situation. He had served as the town's chief executive several times, and the Senate's evaluation of his performance was above good. But more importantly, he also had a good son-in-law, the court clerk Henneborus. When Henneborus joined Dionia, he had a dowry, Laos. Logically speaking, he should have a good future in the political arena of the kingdom. But he chose the humble position of the court clerk and held it for more than 10 years. Usually, he did not like to interact with other elders, except for his former subordinate Ariandos. But no elder dared to look down on him, because he was the confidant of the king of the Devers, and it was said that he could joke with the majestic king sitting in the center of the hall. Although Henneborus did not give much help to his father-in-law, this relationship alone gave Aparosia some prestige in the Senate. Except for the stubborn Pleclus, the other Misapi elders were willing to take him as their leader. And the person who could get Ansitanos to recommend Aparosia was naturally his student, Henneborus. When Hennepolis, who was sitting in the hall, felt Diver's gaze on him, he shrugged helplessly and thought to himself, if it wasn't for this damned old man who convinced my wife and kept muttering in my ear every day, annoying me to death, I wouldn't be willing to do this. In order to get teacher Ansitanos to recommend me, I promised him that I would collect a lot of precious historical information for him. There were still a few elders who were competing for the position of the Pachetti region's governor, and they were not weak. But the person who recommended Aparosia was too special. Ansitanos did not form factions, but he was a good person and had a good reputation. He had a good relationship with the mercenary elders, Vespa, Hemont, Lysias, Sidorum, and other elders who had joined the kingdom a long time ago. They were naturally willing to give him face when there was no conflict of interest. In addition, Ansitanos could also influence a group of special elders, who were nicknamed the scholar-type elders by the people of the kingdom, such as Mentitix, Martyres, Herpes, Stesicodes, Heraclides, and so on. They were actually not too interested in the election of the regional governor. If it wasn't because the meeting was too important and required them to attend, some of them would probably not have come. Sitting in the meeting hall, most of them did not have any inclination. They all voted based on the recommendation of the person who recommended them, the arguments on the field, and their personal likes and dislikes. Now that one of them, Scholar Ansitanos, was also recommending someone, they would definitely vote for the person he recommended. So the final result was that Aparosia was elected. Torlex was a little envious of this. They were both representatives of the same race, and both had a son-in-law who had a close relationship with the king. Obviously, Henneborus could give his father-in-law more help than Adoris. Besides, Adoris was a stubborn man, and he changed his great name. It was not that Torlex did not ask his daughter to ask Adoris for help, but Adoris refused to beg his majesty and even reprimanded his wife. The next region to be elected is Misapi. Hearing this, Myron immediately became nervous. Then he heard the ceremonial officer shout, "Lord Lysias." Myron was surprised. When the cautious Lysias discussed with him beforehand, he had decided that the other elders would nominate the two candidates in the meeting. But now he had changed his mind and was going to do it himself. The reason why Lysias changed his mind was that he found that the competition for the election had exceeded his expectations. Moreover, Cypros and Antares had come out personally. If he did not use his prestige to personally recommend the candidate, it was very likely that he would fail miserably and cause Myron to lose the election. In fact, his hunch was not wrong. Myron could see the future potential of the Mesopi region, and the other elders were not fools. One after another, Elder Tryphias of Heraclea, Elder Blamados of Trine, Elder Lartines of Elia became candidates. These elders had joined the kingdom at the same time as Myron and were more senior. Hence, the competition was fierce. In the end, Myron was elected, and it had to be said that the personal recommendation of the rotating chairman, Lysias, played a big role in Myron's election. Following that, in the election for the chief executive of the Crotone region, Bucos once again recommended Myceps, and he was finally successful. Of course, the Lucanian faction and the Amendalar faction also played a part in this. In fact, Divers was very disgusted with the practice of forming factions and excluding the other senators. However, Vespa, Strompoli, and the others had followed Divers for many years and knew the king well. They did not dare to go too far, and each of them only recommended one person before stopping. Moreover, all the nominees were young and promising senators, so Divers turned a blind eye to it. During the election of the chief executive of the southern region of Magna Graecia, a name recommended by the elders also caught everyone's attention. He was also a relative of the king of the Devers and Princess Cynthia's father-in-law, Paliandalus. He had only been the chief executive of the town for 5 years. He was indeed diligent and down-to-earth, but he was far from being as outstanding as Phaedon. He knew that in his heart, so when someone mentioned his name, he hurriedly stood up, thanked the person for the recommendation, and then said that he had no intention of participating in the election. Chapter 1107. He was the only senator who voluntarily gave up the election. The Devers felt that his self-awareness was rare. In the end, Tryphias was elected. After that, Sesima was elected as the governor of the Bruttii region. Latines was elected as the governor of the Lucania municipality, and the most important region of the kingdom, the Turii region, was the last to be elected. Because the original Turii region had the nature of a region, the towns and cities under its jurisdiction occupied most of the newly divided Turii region. Under the suggestion of several chairmen, the Devers finally abolished the original administrative unit of the Turii region, and this was approved by the Senate, thus avoiding the conflict between the governor of the Turii region and the governor of the region. Originally, everyone thought that this would be the most intense election. So many powerful senators deliberately avoided it and went to compete for other regions. In the end, the ceremonial officer called out the first name, which made the hearts of the remaining senators who were interested in the election turn cold. Lady Alexis. Military Minister Alexis was also participating in the election, so it was very likely that he represented the opinion of the entire military faction. I elect Lord Helos. Alexis's voice was not heavy, but it was a heavy blow to those who were still hoping for a fluke. Both of them were mercenaries, both of them had contributed a lot to the kingdom, and both of them had served as military ministers. However, the difference between Xylos and Alexis was that Xylos also had great achievements in civil affairs. Even before the Western Mediterranean War, he had served as the governor of many towns. After he left his post as military minister, he went to the Samni Mountains and became the governor of Beneventum. Furthermore, his achievements were outstanding, and he was a rare all-rounder in both politics and military affairs. More importantly, during the expedition to Persia more than 20 years ago, he had a close relationship with the king of the Devers, and now he was one of the ministers that the Devers trusted. Therefore, the final round, which was originally thought to be the most competitive, was completely one-sided. Helos had already obtained more than 70% of the votes, and was successfully elected as the governor of the Turii region. When all the results were settled, the long meeting was finally coming to an end, but the senators were excited, disappointed, and so on, as if they were not satisfied yet. The Devers kissed his throat and finally said, Congratulations to the senators who have become the governor of the region. The efforts you have made in the past have been recognized by most of your colleagues today. However, the promotion will only bring temporary joy. What you will face will be a greater test. You will have to manage more towns and more citizens. The difficulties will undoubtedly be much greater. Some of the administrative experience you have gained in the past may not be suitable for the new government affairs. You will need to put in more effort. You will need to constantly practice and solve the difficulties to find an effective way to govern the region. You will need to use this experience as a reference for future generations. I also hope that you can make these regions more prosperous and live up to the recommendation and trust of the other senators. As for the senators who aspire to become one of them in the future, I hope that you will continue to work hard and get more achievements to win the recognition of your colleagues and me. I believe that you will eventually be like them and become a regional governor or an important minister of the kingdom. Because the kingdom has a vast land and a large population, it needs more excellent administrative talents to manage this great country that is still expanding. You are the elites of the kingdom, and you must bear this heavy responsibility. The words of the Devers dispelled the disappointment in the hearts of many senators and also ignited the hope in the hearts of more senators. In a warm applause, the meeting came to an end. A few days later, the elected regional governors went to the areas they were responsible for. As the first regional governors of the kingdom, the first thing they had to do was to select suitable officials according to the framework of the regional administration established by the administrative office of the kingdom to enrich the entire administrative organization. Half a month after the new Immigration Act was announced, the recruitment of the Border Guard Corps also began. Seeing that things could not be changed, the free people in the kingdom began to make choices for their future. In the end, many young free people came to Turai, and according to the requirements of the announcement, they flocked to the Turai barracks, ready to pass the registration and selection to become mercenaries of the Kingdom of Dionia. At the same time, the two newly promoted corps commanders also went to their new stations. Patroclus went north to Rome to take over the 14th Legion and replace Printos. Printos also had outstanding achievements in the war in the Western Mediterranean, so the Devers wanted to put him in an important position. However, considering that he came from the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade and was later directly transferred to the General Staff Office, he lacked further familiarity with the affairs of the Corps and had served in the Corps. In order to avoid being criticized in the future, after the war, he was specially sent to form a new corps in the Latin region. After a few years, his performance was satisfactory, and the Devers thought that it was time to transfer him back to take over the work of the General Staff Office of the Ministry of Military Affairs. Sextus took a ship to the south of Iberia to take over the 18th Legion and replace Chalcidas. After the war in the Western Mediterranean, Chalcidas, who was once the first captain of the 8th Legion, was promoted to corps commander because of his contributions in defending Selinus. However, he was too inexperienced, and in order not to let his colleagues gossip, under the suggestion of the Devers, he took the initiative to apply to form the 18th Legion in the south of Iberia. This was indeed the most bitter, tiring, and troublesome task. At that time, the Kingdom of Dionia was still unable to completely control the south of Iberia. Most of the territory was still governed by the members of the Maganid family, and the people under the jurisdiction were either Phoenicians, Carthage, or Iberian natives. There were very few immigrants from Dionia, so after Chalcidas arrived, he was restricted a lot. However, he still overcame many difficulties, and after a few years of hard work, he built the Iberian barracks, formed the 18th Legion, and tried his best to train the citizens there in accordance with the requirements of the military law. However, Chalcidas was obviously unable to command them as well as the other legions. Coupled with the lack of cooperation from many local officials, the 18th Legion was not very effective in defending against the invasion of the Iberian natives. Now that Bagul had become the new regional commander, he would strengthen the management of the territory and eliminate those unqualified officials. Moreover, the southern region of Iberia would also have an additional border legion. The 18th Legion, which had always been in a defensive position, finally had a good opportunity to counterattack. Unfortunately, at this time, Chalcidius was transferred back to Turiae, which would perhaps become a great regret for him. Not long after, the Ministry of Military Affairs also announced the names of the commanders of the two border legions that were being formed that the generals had been looking forward to for a long time. One was Stephos, who was a captain in the Western Mediterranean War, but his achievements were not as dazzling as his good friend Patroclus, so he was promoted 2 years late. However, because there was no vacant position, he had been in charge of training team officers in the Turiae barracks. Now, the vacancy had finally arrived. Although in the eyes of many Daionia generals, the soldiers of the border legions were all made up of free people and seemed to be a level lower than the existing legions. According to the regulations of the Ministry of Military Affairs, the ranks of the commanders and team officers were the same as those of the other legions. At this stage, they were all held by the regular officers of the kingdom. Squad leaders were not considered officers. The name of the other commander surprised the generals. Hasdrubal, a member of the Maganid family who had once fought against the main force of the Dionysian army in the Western Mediterranean War. Why is it him? Many of the generals were puzzled, and some even quietly went to the Ministry of Military Affairs to ask. The public reason was that Hasdrubal was a senator of the kingdom, and also a high-ranking officer of the kingdom. After the southern part of Iberia was incorporated into the Kingdom of Daionia, the Iberian army, originally commanded by Mago, was ordered to be disbanded, but considering Hasdrubal's prestige among the local people, and to make it easier to form a new legion in Iberia, the Devers specially created a high-ranking military position for him, the military training officer of the southern part of Iberia. In fact, they hoped that he would be able to call on the local people to actively participate in military training, and the real specific matters would be done by a group of military training officers under him. However, Hasdrubal obviously did not care about this position. The double blow of defeat and surrender, as well as the inability to grasp real military power, made him decadent for several years, but this military position has never been removed for him. At the same time, he had followed Mago to fight in Iberia for 10 years, and had a wealth of combat experience fighting the fierce natives in the mountains. This was precisely what he needed to rely on in the upcoming border defense operations. The real reason why the Devers appointed him as the commander of the border army was that after Hacker, Hasdrubal, and several other important members of the Maganid family were transferred from the southern part of Iberia, the kingdom would then focus on the reorganization of the region that had not yet been fully brought under its rule, not only in terms of civil affairs, but also in the military. Therefore, by making Hasdrubal the commander of the kingdom's army, he would be willing to serve the kingdom and use his influence to weaken the hostility of the former officers and soldiers of the Iberian army living in that region towards the kingdom, giving them hope again, and thus ensuring the stability of the region. Of course, Hasdrubal was indeed a military talent, and this was also an important reason why the Devers were willing to use him again. However, Hasdrubal was not familiar with the military system and tactics of Daionia. He still had to deeply participate in the recruitment and training of the free people, and thus truly become the commander of the Daionia kingdom's army. After that night's banquet, in the open conversation between him and the Devers, he finally seriously expressed his willingness to work in this area. Chapter 1108. In the Western Mediterranean War, the Dionysian army's ferocity in defending the city gave Hasdrubal a lot of trouble. In the frontal battle, they only fought once, and the Daionia coalition army led by Leotychides was defeated. However, on the right flank of the real Legion of Dionysia, Hasdrubal's Fenu infantry, which he relied heavily on, were beaten back. This made him very interested in the Legion of Dionysia. The Ministry of Military Affairs was busy building the border army, and the Ministry of Finance was also busy. The new tax act had been announced, and it was gradually accepted by the people of the kingdom. Although there were still a few months before the national direct tax was imposed, the new Minister of Finance, Archipedes, had begun to urge the tax offices of the towns to estimate the income of the people under their jurisdiction in advance, and then calculate the possible total tax according to the new tax rate. Based on this figure, a new financial distribution plan was drawn up and submitted to the King of Devers for reference. The new Immigration Act, the new Tax Act, the formation of new armies, the establishment of new administrative divisions. A series of new measures were being implemented in an orderly manner. It meant that the development of the kingdom had entered a new track. The kingdom's governance was more efficient, its finances were richer, and its military security was more guaranteed. It was also in this year that the war in Greece entered a new stage. After the Battle of Teixeira, the Thebes became famous. They seized the opportunity to drive away the garrisons of Sparta around the Thebes and gradually united the neighboring cities of Piotia, which further strengthened their strength. They also sent troops to occupy the northern area of Corinth Bay and the southern area of Piotia, which supported the Sparta support, so that they could prevent the Sparta from landing there again and directly threaten the safety of the Thebes from the south. After receiving this news, Sparta had no choice but to send King Cleombrotus to lead an army to cross the Corinth Bay by boat to help the Thebes to repel the invading army of Thebes. Just as the two sides began a new round of battle, an emissary from the city-state of Thessaly, Phartharus, arrived in Sparta. The messenger's name was Polydamas, and he had a high prestige in the city of Pharsalus. Whenever Pharsalus fell into internal strife, the people would unanimously agree to let him manage the citadel and entrust him with the financial revenue and expenditure of the city-state. Whether it was religious affairs or administrative revenues and expenditures, he could act in accordance with the law and arrange everything in an orderly manner. At the end of every year, he would submit a detailed account of the city's finances. If there was a deficit, he would pay out of his own pocket to make up for it. Therefore, not only was he respected by the people of Pharsalus, but he also enjoyed a great reputation throughout Thessaly. Naturally, when such a person came to Sparta, he was given a grand reception by the Council of Elders, who granted his request and held a special meeting for him. And in this meeting, Polydamas mentioned one thing. Thessaly was located in the north of central Greece. The northern part was separated from the territory of Macedonia by mountains. The kingdom of Zeus, the Greek revered Mount Olympus, was located in it. The western part was bordered by the mountains of Epirus, the eastern part was bordered by the Aegean Sea, and the southern part was bordered by the Mare region. Hot Springs Pass was one of them. Geographically, Thessaly was surrounded by mountains. Countless streams flowed down from the mountains, converging into many rivers, carrying the soil in the valleys and alluvial into fertile plains. Therefore, it supported a large population. In addition to the developed agriculture, the many sloping hillsides of Thessaly provided natural high-quality grasslands for raising horses, and the plains at the foot of the mountains provided a vast open space for horses to gallop. Therefore, Thessaly was famous throughout Greece for its horses and cavalry. Note: in history, Alexander the Great's famous warhorse Bucephalus came from Macedonia. Most of the 5,000 cavalry that he brought to Persia also came from Thessaly. Although Thessaly had such a good geographical condition, there were many conflicts between the city-states of Thessaly, and there were endless wars. Therefore, it had never become an important force in the whole of Greece. However, this divided situation began to change in recent years. Philai was the only city-state that had a prosperous port trade in the territory of Thessaly. In addition to its developed agriculture, it was also the wealthiest city-state in the whole of Thessaly. There was a citizen in the city-state of Philai named Iazon. His father gave him the name of an ancient hero when he was born. Iazon was the main character in the legend of the Golden Fleece, hoping that he would be successful when he grew up. Iazon did not let his father down. After he grew up, he used various means and finally became the Overlord of Philai. However, he was not satisfied. He used the wealth of Philai to recruit 6,000 mercenaries and gave them strict training. He gave generous rewards to the soldiers who performed bravely in battle, and gave good care and treatment to the injured soldiers. If they died in battle, he would arrange a grand funeral for them. Therefore, the mercenaries were loyal to him and were willing to fight to the death for him. The cavalry of Thessaly was well known, and the heavy infantry here was also quite famous. They were all in his newly formed team. However, Iazon still felt unsatisfied. Over the years, he had paid attention to the Greek war in the south of Thessaly, which made him realize the importance of the light shield soldiers Iphicrates, the general of Athens, was good at commanding the light shield soldiers in Thessaly and had made many achievements. The mountains around Thessaly were also rich in excellent light shield soldiers. Therefore, he commanded this well-trained and brave army to conquer the Malachi, the Donopus, the race in the mountains north of Thessaly, and the Epirus in the mountains northwest of Thessaly, thus strengthening his mercenary team. Under his powerful rule, the strength of Philai grew stronger day by day. Taking advantage of the fact that the Greek overlord, Sparta, was busy dealing with the war between the Thebes and Athens and could not focus on the north, he forced several northern city-states of Thessaly, such as Larissa and Cronon, near Philai, to surrender to him. Then he set his sights on Pharsalus. Pharsalus was located in the center of the Thessaly region. It had always been a powerful state in this region. Many Thessaly city-states looked up to it. If he conquered it, he would be able to unify the entire Thessaly region more smoothly. Therefore, Iazon led tens of thousands of troops and marched towards Pharsalus in the south. Pharsalus also hurriedly summoned other allied armies to fight against the invading enemy. After winning the first battle, Iazon did not immediately launch an attack on the city of Pharsalus. Instead, he sent messengers into the city to persuade them to surrender. He also specifically found Bordamus, who was the commander of the allied forces at that time, and brought him a letter personally written by Iazon. In the letter, Iazon told Bordamus straightforwardly that with a powerful force in his hands, he could completely annihilate Pharsalus and its allies in one fell swoop. The reason why he did not do so was that he hoped that the city-states of Thessaly, led by Pharsalus, would be willing to join the Thessaly alliance that he had established, so that they would not be ready to conspire and rebel, but would do their best to jointly safeguard the interests of the alliance. He also hoped that Bordamus would do his best to assist him and help him become the Tagus of all the people of Thessaly, Thessaly's name for the overlord of Thessaly. He would also give Bordamus a generous reward, so that Bordamus would be above everyone else. In the letter, he also showed Bordamus his ambition. As long as Thessaly was under the rule of a Tagus, the many years of war would be quelled. There would be sufficient food, a large population, well-trained mercenaries so that he could send an army of 6,000 cavalry and more than 10,000 heavy infantry at any time. He could form an alliance with the city-states of Pyotia headed by the Thebes in the south. If he could liberate them from the control of the Sparta, they would definitely listen to him. At the same time, he could also control Macedonia in the north, because it was here that the people of Athens obtained the wood for shipbuilding. With this, he could build ships far more than those of the Greek city-states in the south, forming a powerful fleet. And his real goal was not the barren land in the south, nor the tiny islands in the Aegean Sea, but Persia on the vast continent in the east. Since the Greek mercenaries in the past and the army of Agelaus later could kill their way in and out of Persia, and he had a stronger army, he had full confidence to conquer the kingdom of Persia and obtain unprecedented glory and wealth. Polydamas was astonished by the ambition which he expressed in his letter. After Bordamus calmed down, he wrote a letter back to Iazon. He thought that the issues mentioned in Iazon's letter were indeed worthy of his consideration, but Pharsalus and other originally allies of Sparta, after Sparta helped the king of Thessaly defeat the Chalcidian alliance, increased its influence in central and northern Greece. Pharsalus and many other Thessaly city-states also formed an alliance with Sparta. Without any excuse, it was immoral to break away from the alliance and turn to their enemies, and this would not be blessed by the gods. Iazon quickly gave a reply. In the letter, he praised Bordamus greatly, saying that he was a man who kept his promises, and such a person was more trustworthy. He also suggested that Bordamus could send an envoy to Sparta and ask for help from Sparta. At the end of the letter, he said very confidently, "If the gods allow you to persuade Sparta to send an army strong enough to fight me, then I can only wait and see and accept any consequences of this war. But if they can't provide you with enough help, then you'd better do as I asked before. The whole of Thessaly will be united under me, a new Tarchus." Chapter 11:09. In order to show his sincerity, Iazan also stopped the siege and led the army back to Phyllis. The Phasaelis were faced with a difficult choice. In the end, they decided to make a final effort and send Boradamas to Sparta for help. At the Sparta Council of Elders, Boradamas told the Sparta elders and prosecutors everything in detail. He also reminded them, if you Sparta decide to rescue our Thessaly, it is best to send your most elite troops. If you only send an army commanded by ordinary officers and composed mainly of released Herods to the north, then it is best not to act rashly. Because Iazan not only has a strong army, but he himself is also a smart, capable, and far-sighted general. The battle he commanded has never failed, so he will be a strong enemy of Sparta. After Boredamas' speech ended, the Sparta people did not immediately make a decision on it, but they obviously attached great importance to it. They sent people to Thessaly to understand the situation and, at the same time, conducted a serious count of the number of troops sent overseas. In the end, the Council of Elders gave Boradamas a clear answer. Dear Boradamas, the main forces of our Sparta are either at war with the Athens navy or with the Thebes, so for the time being, we cannot provide enough reinforcements to Phasaelis. However, we hope that the Thessaly alliance led by Phasaelis will not easily surrender to Iazan, as long as you can resist the invasion of the Phyllis army. When our war with the Thebes is over, we will immediately send strong reinforcements to support you. When Boradamas came to Sparta and saw that there were few people in its territory, he had some expectations in his heart. So after receiving the confirmation from the Council of Elders, he did not show any negative emotions, such as surprise or disappointment. He calmly thanked the Sparta people for their frankness and then set off for his home country. As soon as he returned to Phasaelis, he asked for an immediate citizens' meeting and told everyone about Sparta's decision. The disappointed and frustrated citizens of Pharsalus finally made a decision after a heated discussion. Polydamas once again went to Philai as an emissary to meet Iazan. He stated to him, as long as Iazan promises not to harm the people of Pharsalus, not to invade the land of Pharsalus, and not to destroy the citadel of Pharsalus, the people of Pharsalus are willing to become sincere allies of Iazan and help him establish the rule of Tarchus. Iazan was overjoyed after hearing this and immediately made an oath of alliance with Boradamas. Later, Boradamas even sent his son to Iazan as a hostage. It did not take long for the people of Pharsalus, led by Boradamas, to convince the allies who were close to them. In the spring of 374 BC, the 19th year of the kingdom of Dionia, the emissaries of the Thessaly city-states gathered in Pharsalus and jointly elected Iazan as the Tarchus of the Thessaly people. After Iazan became Tarchus, he began to unify the city-states of Thessaly. While promising not to interfere with the internal affairs of the other city-states, he also formulated a new Tarchus law. No war was allowed between the city-states, and conflicts and disputes had to be settled by him. No city-state was allowed to sign any agreement or join any alliance with other city-states, and all foreign affairs were decided by him. Each city-state had to pay tribute on time every year, and the amount of tribute would be decided by him according to the financial resources of each city-state. Each city-state had to provide a certain number of cavalry and heavy infantry, and a specific amount would be decided by him according to the strength of each city-state. During peacetime, he would train these soldiers regularly and lead them in a battle during times of war. In addition, he also adopted Boradamas' opinion and unified and reduced the commercial taxes between city-states, allowing the free flow of goods. This greatly strengthened the economic ties between the city-states of Thessaly and allowed the inland trade to gradually become prosperous. By the end of the year, Iazan had obtained more than 8,000 cavalry and heavy infantry from the entire territory of Thessaly, numbering no less than 20,000, and the number of light shield-bearers was the same. After his strength was further enhanced, he immediately issued orders to the various races and tribes in the mountains around Thessaly, requiring them to pay tribute according to the amount determined by Tarchus Scopas of the Thessaly people during the War of Hybo decades ago. If anyone did not pay, they would be attacked by his army. Some tribes were afraid of Iazen's terrible strength and chose to submit, while some unruly tribes refused his request. Therefore, Iazen decisively led his army to go on a crusade, thus igniting the flames of war in northern Greece. While Iazen was elected as Thessaly's Tarkus, the people of Athens encountered a dilemma. On one hand, they saw that their former enemies, the Thebes, were growing stronger and stronger with their help, but they still refused to pay tribute to help maintain the expenses of the Athens fleet. On the other hand, Athens' own finances were strained because of various military expenses. Of course, even so, the citizens of Athens were unwilling to cut the subsidies for watching the plays. Therefore, under the proposal of Chief General Callistratus and others, the assembly passed a resolution to negotiate with Sparta alone. Soon, Athens sent an envoy to Sparta. This was exactly what Sparta wanted. For the past few years, their army had been fighting in the territory of Boeotia. Although they had achieved some small victories, they had never been able to defeat the Thebes. Instead, the Thebes had become stronger and stronger, and Sparta's prestige had declined year by year. Now, it was getting more and more difficult to fight against them. The navy of Athens was an even bigger headache for Sparta. Not only could they not fight against them, but they also could not stop the navy of Athens from cruising the waters of Peloponnesus as if they were strolling in their own backyard. They wantonly attacked Sparta's allies, which seriously threatened the safety of Sparta's rear. Therefore, the armistice agreement between Sparta and Athens was quickly signed. After Admiral Timotheus of Athens, who was fighting outside, received a notice from the executive committee of the generals, he prepared to lead the fleet back to Athens. However, on the way back, he landed on the island of Zakynthos without permission, took control of the city-state on the island, and announced that the exiled city-state would be allowed to return to their homeland. After Zakynthos became an ally of Sparta, it received the support of Sparta to expel the Democrats. When Sparta heard this news, they thought that Athens had violated the armistice agreement. Therefore, they called on their allies to jointly fund and build a fleet to protect the rights and interests of all the allies in the sea. At the same time, Sparta also asked the new commander to lead this fleet to launch an expedition against Kerkyra. The Kerkyra people who were under attack immediately asked for help from Athens. Athens could not allow Kerkyra, who had just joined the Maritime Alliance, to be bullied by Sparta. Otherwise, as the leader of the Maritime Alliance, Athens would inevitably lose the trust of the other allies. Moreover, Kerkyra's geographical location was unique. It controlled the Bay of Corinth and various city-states along the southern coast of Kerkyra Island. It was the best base to launch an invasion against Peloponnesus from the west. At the same time, it was also an important trading route between the western and eastern Mediterranean Sea, so it could not be abandoned. For various reasons, this time, the citizens of Athens did not elect Timotheus as the commander of the fleet. Instead, they elected Iphicrates, one of the generals of Athens. Therefore, the armistice agreement between Athens and Sparta lasted for less than a few months before war broke out again. The eastern side of the Adriatic Sea was constantly at war, while the western side was a scene of peace and prosperity. In September, after the people of Dionia enjoyed the joy of the harvest, they were looking forward to the upcoming Hades celebration. Every day, thousands of people poured into Thurii, the largest city in the western Mediterranean Sea. Every day, the center of the kingdom of Dionia was bustling with excitement and joy. It was in such a lively and suffocating atmosphere that Acriton entered the inner city of Thurii. Since the war in the western Mediterranean Sea, he had not been to Dionia. This time, he came to Thurii because Dionia had sent an invitation requesting that Carthage send an envoy to attend. The Hanoverian faction had important matters to discuss with Dionia, so they forcibly appointed Acriton, who was somewhat familiar with Dionia, to attend the Hades celebration. Although Acriton had represented Carthage in negotiations with Dionia many times in the past, he had never actually been to Thurii. This big city of hundreds of thousands of people gave him a greater shock than when Hacker first came to Thurii. After all, during the celebration, the floating population in the city was much greater than usual. He stood at the bow of the ship and looked at the countless busy docks on both sides of the Crati River. He could not help but think, if Carthage had won that war, would the city of Carthage be the same? But the facts cannot be changed. Thinking too much would only add to his worries. The more prosperous Thurii was, the more the strength of the kingdom of Dionia would be. This would undoubtedly increase the difficulty of the subsequent negotiations. Ockradon frowned and fell into deep thought. The ship sailed into the inner city of Thurii, but stopped outside the docks. Because there were already many ships docked at the docks and were busy unloading goods, there were no extra trestle for the time being. Therefore, there were still some passenger ships waiting outside the docks, and Carthage's ship was the last to arrive. Ockradon's attendant took a small boat and went ashore to investigate. When he came back, he reported, "My lord, I've found out that the ships that are now unloading goods are the Etruscan fleet. They have 20 ships, and I heard that most of the ships are loaded with bronze utensils, blankets, cloth, gold and silver products, olive oil, wine, and other goods. I heard a few Iberian sailors bragging at the docks that their alliance had even forged a golden crown for the king of Dionia, inlaid with many gems." Chapter 11:10. Ockradon wasn't surprised. According to the information he had gathered, the Etrurian alliance had been suffering from the invasion of the Gaul from the north for the past few years, and had no choice but to rely on the assistance of the Dionians. Last year, the Dionians had specially sent troops to the northern border of the Iberian alliance to ensure the safety of their territory. For this reason, the Etrurians naturally had to do something, which was not surprising. What about the ships in front? Are they all Etrurian as well? Oakton asked with interest as he looked at a large cargo ship in front of him. It had a taller side and a one-story building. When I was passing by those ships in the small boat just now, I observed them carefully. Although most of their sailors are Phoenicians, it seems like the attendant hesitated with anger. The people on the ships are dressed like Namibians and Mauritanians. Even with Oakton's self-restraint, it was difficult for him to remain calm at this moment, because the Carthage people blamed half of the war on the Namibians' rebellion. After that, the Namibians, who were once like slaves, turned around and frequently attacked Carthage's land. So, be in the past or present, the Namibians were a pain in the heart of the Carthage people. Oakton quickly calmed down and asked in a deep voice, "Why do they come with so many ships?" "It seems that many of the ships are carrying horses," the attendant replied. Oakton understood. "That's all the Namibians have to offer." "My lord," the attendant hesitated and whispered, "they are all giving gifts to Dionia, but we didn't take anything." "Isn't this?" Oakton raised his head. "The fact that Carthage can send an envoy to the celebration is the best gift we can give to the Hades of Dionia." Although Ockradon said so, he knew in his heart that Carthage's status in the Western Mediterranean was no longer what it used to be, but many of the Carthage elders had not fully adapted to this new change, including Hanno. Therefore, the Carthage emissaries who had brought generous gifts to the other emissaries looked shabby in comparison. This undoubtedly made the negotiations with Dionia more difficult. While Ockradon was deep in thought, the Etruscan emissary delegation had finished unloading their goods and left the dock. Next, it was the turn of the Namibian emissary delegation and the Mauritanian emissary delegation to enter the inner city dock. After a while, the sound of horses neighing and people shouting could be heard. The pier became unusually lively. Suddenly, a deafening scream came from the shore, and it lasted for a long time. Even Ockradon, who was outside the port, could hear it clearly. "Oh my God, what monster is this? It's huge. This might be... Perhaps it's the giant bull of Lucania." "Idiot! Does a cow have such a long nose? Moreover, the horns of a cow grow on its head, but its horns grow on its mouth." "Then, tell me, what is it? I've never seen it before. How would I know? But we can ask these Mauritanians." Hearing these screams, Ockradon was surprised. Could it be that the Mauritanians had sent elephants that lived in the interior of Africa to Thurii? Although he had never seen it, he had heard that there were many elephants further south in the territory of the Namibians and Mauritanians. Most of the ivory traded in the Carthage city market came from there. In fact, ivory was also very popular in Thurii, especially when the Temple of Hades was rebuilt. But when the real owner of the ivory walked out of the cabin and came to the shore, it still shocked the onlookers. There's such a giant beast in this world. Could it be a descendant of some ancient monster? Compared to the citizens who were shouting and letting their imaginations run wild, the officials of Tali who came to greet the emissary delegation were shocked. They were more worried about how much damage these behemoths would cause to the city if they went berserk because it seemed difficult to control them. After all, the citizens of the inner city were either elders, ministers, or ordinary citizens. Their identities were not ordinary. If a large number of casualties were caused, these insignificant officials of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs would not be able to bear the responsibility. Even though the Mauritanian emissary repeatedly explained to the officials of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that although the animals looked huge, they were actually gentle and would not easily hurt people. At the same time, he ordered the elephant handlers to command the elephants to kneel before the officials, using their long trunks to make all kinds of funny gestures, such as waving and nodding. But it did not completely dispel the officials' doubts. Instead, it made the cheers of the onlookers even louder. Fortunately, it did not take long for hundreds of palace guards to arrive. They were ordered by the king of Devers to bring the elephants to the elephant pen specially built for the elephants on the Hill of the Kings. Thus, under the careful guidance of the elephants-men, the 3 elephants, 1 male, 1 female, and 1 calf, moved with slow and heavy steps over the flat and sturdy streets, following the route the triumphant army would take, advancing towards the west of the city. The people in the inner city who got the news came out of their houses, including some elders. They stood by the roadside, curiously watching the giant beast that they had never seen before. Under the efforts of the palace guards to maintain order, the excited people did not cause the elephants to panic. Instead, they enjoyed the rare honor of being a triumphant army, and the people were filled with anticipation for this year's celebration. By the time the Carthage emissary arrived at the port, it was already afternoon. Akhradin had been waiting on the ship for nearly 4 hours. So when he came ashore, he grumbled to the Dionia official who came to greet him, "Turai is such a big city, but it has such a small port. Any visiting foreign emissary would not be able to feel the grandeur of Dionia as the most powerful country in the Western Mediterranean. Instead, it's a kind of cowardly pettiness." The Dionia official was not offended by Akhradin's bluntness. Instead, he admitted frankly, "You're right. We've also realized that this is a big problem. This inner-city river port was built before the kingdom was founded. At that time, it had sufficient capacity. However, in recent years, foreign emissaries have been visiting too frequently, and many of them did not come empty-handed." At this point, the official glanced at the lonely passenger ship behind Akhradin. "So this river port is now insufficient. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs has reported this problem to His Majesty. Although both sides of the inner city have been occupied by buildings, and there is no extra space to build a new river port, His Majesty has held several executive meetings with ministers on this issue. I believe a solution will be found soon." Akhradin nodded in understanding. In fact, he just wanted to vent his anger. He did not care whether the problem of Turias Riverport could be solved or not. He changed the topic and asked seriously, "I request to meet the King of Devers. I represent the Carthage Senate to discuss something important with him. Can the Ministry of Foreign Affairs convey my request to the King of Devers?" The official looked at him and said seriously, "According to the administrative regulations of the kingdom, all foreign affairs are the responsibility of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. If you have any request, you can write a letter first and submit it to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Our officer, Lord Ansitanos, will judge whether it is important or not, and then decide whether to let us discuss it or to pass it to His Majesty. However, there have been many envoys visiting these days, and each of them has a request. I heard that the letters in Sir Ansitanos' office have piled up into a mountain. Besides, he has to attend classes in Dionysia Academy and is almost overwhelmed. Even if you submit the letter, I'm afraid it will take some time before he can give you a reply." Akhradin was dumbfounded. In the past, he had negotiated with Dionia during the war. He had gone directly to the barracks to meet the King of Devers. He never thought that it would be so complicated and difficult to meet the king of Devers in Turii. He did not know how to respond for a while. Seeing that he was silent, the official suddenly said, "In fact, there is another way to solve your problem." "What is it?" Akradin asked immediately. During this time, His Majesty saw that there were many diplomatic affairs during the celebration and was worried that Lord Ansitanos would be too busy. So the day before yesterday, he specially arranged for a rotating president of the Senate to help him temporarily manage the diplomatic affairs. You can look for him directly. Maybe he will bring you to meet His Majesty. Look for him directly? Don't I need to submit a letter first and then get his consent? Akradin was a little confused. Other emissaries may not be able to, but you might be able to because you are Carthage's man, the official said with a meaningful smile. Akradin's heart skipped a beat, and he asked with a trembling voice, What is the name of the rotating president?" "Ha. As expected." Akradin smiled bitterly, and his heart felt like it had been overturned. He could not tell what he was feeling. Early in the morning, at the king of Devers' mansion, the Devers walked into the dining room after their morning exercise, only to find Kristoya and Agnes there. "Where are the children?" They hurriedly finished their breakfast and went to see the elephants. Eunice and Bryant have always liked to join in on the fun, but this is the first time I've seen the usually calm Apox so eager, Kristoya complained. "As long as the children are happy, it means that my decision to bring these elephants up the mountain was the right one," the Devers said as they sat at the dining table. Agnes immediately served him a bowl of hot oatmeal and said with a smile, "Yesterday evening, Olivia dragged me to see the elephants. She was very excited when we came back and insisted on sleeping with me. She even talked excitedly for a long time. This is the first time I've seen her talk so much." Chapter 11:11. To be honest, the gods' creations are truly wonderful. Look at those two elephants. They're so huge and mighty, but they're very docile, especially that little one. Her little trunk tugs on the mother elephant's tail and refuses to let go. The mother elephant doesn't get angry, and instead continuously uses her trunk to suck up leaves for the little elephant to eat. This reminds me of Aria when she was young. She's always like that, always sticking close to me, afraid that I'll leave her. Agnes said as she smiled and sighed. Devers looked at Agnes, who was rarely so lively, and said with a smile, "I see that you seem to be infatuated with these elephants." "That's right." Kristoya finally found someone who understood her and complained loudly. "Agnes just told me that she won't be going to the Temple of Hera today and that she's going to stay at home and watch the elephants. She even asked me to accompany her. Tell me, we're almost 50 years old. How can we be like children? Besides, I'm so busy now. Where would I find the time to sneak around and watch elephants? In my opinion, let's put everything else aside today and go see the elephants with the children and enjoy the joy of being together as a family," Devers suggested loudly. "All right." Agnes smiled like a flower and immediately clapped her hands in agreement. Kristoya frowned slightly, and, just as she was about to object, Devers gently pressed down on her hand and said softly, "You're busy every day. Let yourself relax today." Devers's concerned gaze softened Kristoya's heart. "All right, we'll stay at home with the children today and won't go anywhere. But it's not a good idea to place the elephants next to the mansion. Although they look docile, they're still so big, and if they go berserk one day, they'll be a danger to us. Also, these elephants are rare animals that the people of the kingdom have never seen before. After they were transported to the mountains yesterday, many people wanted to come in and see them, including some elders. This morning, the children even let their friends pass through the sentry post and come up the mountain to see the elephants. In the long run, it'll be difficult to ensure the safety of this place. I've already considered this matter," Devers said unhurriedly. "Kristoya, we'll have another business deal coming up." "What is it?" Kristoya immediately perked up. "Build a zoo." "Zoo? We've heard stories of Heraclea strangling a Nemean lion since we were young. But have you ever seen a real lion?" The two sisters shook their heads. In fact, in this era, there were still prides of lions in the interior of Asia Minor and the Two Rivers. But Miletus was a coastal city-state, and Greek women were not allowed to travel far, so Christos had no chance to see them. We've heard of the story of Apollo shooting the python to death. You may have seen snakes, but have you seen a real python? The two shook their heads again. We've all heard that there are hippos and crocodiles in the Nile River in Egypt, but what do hippos and crocodiles look like? There were probably not many people who had actually seen Dionia. Devers tapped his fingers on the table and said confidently, "Then why don't we build a zoo? Keep these strange animals in a zoo. Let them live in a fixed area of the park and create a suitable living environment for them. Do you think the public will come to see them?" "Of course there will," Agnes immediately replied. "Just an elephant is enough to make the people so crazy. When I came back yesterday, I heard the captain of the palace guards at the foot of the mountain complaining that the people wanted to force their way in to see the elephant and almost got into a fight with them." Christoya had been in business for many years and immediately understood the meaning of Devers's words. She asked uncertainly, "You mean just like when football and football games are held in the arena and people are charged tickets to watch the games?" "That's right." Devers secretly praised his wife's quick thinking and continued to explain. "After all, it takes money to raise these animals, and a large number of people are needed to maintain the whole zoo. The money collected through tickets can make up for these costs. As for where the rare animals in the zoo will come from, we don't have to worry at all. The city-states and forces that are on good terms with Dionia, or want to be on good terms with Dionia, will take the initiative to send them to me after they know that I'm building a zoo and collecting rare animals in order to strengthen our friendship. With the expansion of the kingdom's territory, our zoo will only grow bigger and house more and more rare animals. At that time, tourists will not only be able to eat delicious food, watch competitions, soak in hot springs, and enjoy celebrations. They will also be able to see the zoo. Whether it is the common people, school students, or academics, they will not have to risk their lives to travel far, and they will be able to understand and study most of the rare animals in the world. This is a very fortunate thing. At the same time, we will let them know how great God is. He not only created us humans, but also so many wonderful animals. We are not alone." Devers spoke eloquently about the future of the zoo, but his heart was filled with emotion. When he heard from Ansitanos that the Mauritanian emissary delegation had sent a few elephants, his first reaction at that time was that these must be the legendary North African elephant, a branch of the African elephant. Petrus had defeated the Roman army several times with it, and Hannibal had also incorporated it into the army to pose a threat to the Roman people. Unfortunately, it had become extinct during the era of Rome, not because of war, but because of the gladiatorial games that the people of Rome were passionate about. The people of Rome captured all kinds of beasts from all over the Mediterranean and then transported them to the Colosseum for the gladiators to kill. They earned money and, at the same time, excited the audience. Devers had read an article in his previous life about a Roman emperor who held a grand gladiatorial game to entertain the people of Rome. During the whole gladiatorial game, thousands of beasts were killed. During the continuous killing by the people of Rome, not to mention the North African elephant, there were no more lions, leopards, and other beasts in the entire Mediterranean region. If it were not for the fact that the Sahara Desert was difficult to cross, which allowed the animals south of the desert to survive, modern people in his previous life would probably only know about African elephants, lions, and other beasts in the literature. It could be said that the Westerners in his previous life had pursued a crazy way of survival from ancient times to the present. In this life, Devers wanted to change them. Then he would start by cultivating the good habits of children and animals in the zoo. Akradin asked the official of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Dionia to submit his request to see the king, but there was no news for 2 days. Seeing that the celebration was about to begin, he became anxious and had to listen to another idea given by the official of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. During the celebration, not only did many foreign envoys and distinguished guests come to Turiai, but the governors and important officials of various towns would also try to find time to come back to participate in the celebration. At the same time, visits to the important ministers of the kingdom would also become more frequent. Generally speaking, the residences of the 5 rotating presidents and the ministers of various ministries would become crowded. Logically speaking, Hacker's residence would be even more so. Since the two brothers came to Turiai last year, Hasdrubal immediately became the commander of the army and soon went north to take up his post. Hacker, on the other hand, became the official rotating president of the Senate. Even though he was still recovering from his illness, Devers could not wait to let him take charge of some government affairs so that he could quickly familiarize himself with the kingdom's political system. In addition, another important member of the Magonid family, Dido, had become a princess and even gave birth to two little princes. The Magonid family was a hot topic in the kingdom's political scene. One could imagine that the number of officials who visited them should be like a school of carps in the river. But in reality, there were very few visitors. This was because Hacker had publicly announced he is sick and weak and needs to rest, so he does not welcome officials to visit his home. On top of that, Herpes even endorsed him. At first, the officials of the kingdom were skeptical, but since the few Phoenician senators visited and were rejected, they finally confirmed that what Hacker said was true. After Akradin arrived in Turiai, he deliberately learned about the situation in this area. Coupled with the many years of enmity between the Magonid family and the Hanoverian faction, he had always been hesitant. But now he had no choice but to brace himself and pay a visit. But he did not expect to receive approval. Of course, this former noble of Carthage, now an important minister of the kingdom of Dionia, received guests from his hometown in a very special way, to soak in a bath. Baths were invented by the people of Dionia, but after the two countries first signed a peace treaty more than 10 years ago, they were quickly introduced to Carthage. The Therm Hot Springs was a place that the people of Carthage loved to visit, but of course, it now belonged to the kingdom of Dionia. Although Akradin was surprised by this request, he was already surprised that Hacker was willing to give his opinion, so he did not dare to refuse. The bathroom in Hacker's house was built strictly according to the traditional layout of Dionia's bathrooms. When Akradin finished the first procedure and walked into the hot spring, Hacker was already sitting in the pool. Akradin had never seen Hacker before, but he had long heard that Himilko, the head of the Magonid family, had a very intelligent second son. Unfortunately, he was born with a disease, and the doctor who had treated him had diagnosed that the child would not live past the age of 20. But now, although Hacker was slightly thin and weak, his face was ruddy and his eyes were bright. He did not look like someone who was about to enter the grave. Hacker looked at him and said in a calm tone, "After I came to Turiai, the doctors of Dionia suggested that people like me, who cannot do strenuous exercise, should soak in bathrooms more often. It is good for my health. I followed the advice and soak in baths every day. When you came, I was in the middle of a bath, so I invited you here to meet me." Chapter 11:12. Initially, Oakton was prepared to be teased, but he did not expect Haka to explain himself. This gave him a little more confidence in today's meeting, so he smiled and said, "Even the people of Carthage almost all admit that Dionia's medical skills are the best in the entire Western Mediterranean. So, the suggestion they gave you is naturally correct. You look very healthy now. Dionia is better than Carthage in many ways, not just in terms of medical skills." Haka's tone was still calm. "But for all of you, it's best to hope that I can live a few more years, because it will be good for Carthage." Haka's words made Oakton feel refreshed. He seemed to feel that Haka was expressing goodwill to Carthage. "Please sit down, Master Oakton." Haka pointed to the other side of the hot pool and said, "There's another reason why I asked you to meet me in the bathroom. The tourists believe that it's best to talk while soaking in a bath, because both parties are honest with each other, and there's nothing to hide." Oakton nodded. Without any hesitation, he stepped into the pool and sat on the stone bench in the pool. "A glass of wine? This is the best wine produced by the Orifice family of tourists. There's not much of it, and you can't usually buy in the market. These few cans of wine were given to me by His Majesty. He said that drinking some while soaking in a bath is good for one's health." Oakton wanted to refuse, but after hearing what Haka said, he changed his mind. "Then I'll have a glass." The servant standing by the pool poured him a glass of wine. After Oakton took it, he took a small sip and felt that it was sweet and sour. He could not help but sigh and say, to be able to soak in comfortable water every day and drink such good wine, such a life is so comfortable. "Master Haka, I really envy you." Haka said calmly. The people of Carthage can also enjoy such a life. It's just that you are still clinging to the past and are unable to accept reality. Haka's words were a little vague, and Oakton could not accurately grasp what he meant. So he asked tentatively, "You mean?" Haka did not answer directly. Instead, he asked, "I know that the nobles of Carthage have also developed the habit of soaking in a bath over the past 10 years. But what do you think is the difference between Dionia and Carthage when it comes to bathing?" Although he did not know why Haka was asking this, Oakton thought about it seriously and answered, "The people of Carthage have removed the tedious steps before taking a bath. We just soak in a hot pool, then massage and shave. In fact, the steps that Carthage people have removed are exactly why the people invented the bath. The people of Dionia invented the bath. They believe that bathing is a good exercise, while Carthage people see it as." Without waiting for Oakton to respond, Hacker scooped up another handful of water and asked, "Do you know where this water came from? Do you know how this water came to be?" If he was in Carthage, Oakton would definitely say so. But here, he felt that it was not so simple, so he answered bluntly, "I don't know. It flowed into my house." Haka's answer surprised Oakton. The City Hall of Turin specially built a pool in your house? According to Oakton's understanding, the Dionians built high bridges to divert water from the rivers into the city. They built ponds in the important areas of the city that covered a large area, and then built sealed waterways to supply the water to the people of the city. It's not a pool. It's a hollow pipe as thick as the shaft of a spear made by the Ministry of Construction of Dionia in conjunction with the ironware merchants. It's connected directly to the water tower and then buried under the ground all the way to the kitchen of my house. His Majesty the Devers named it the water pipe. The servants don't need to go to the nearby pool to get water. They just need to turn on the switch of the water pipe, and the water will flow out naturally. Haka explained proudly. Oakton was amazed, but he also realized this water pipe uses copper as the main material, so the cost of copper and the cost should not be a small amount, right? It is indeed a large amount, but the cost is paid by the residents who apply for the installation of the water pipe, and the water fee has to be paid monthly. The water in the public pool is free. This is because the Waterway Administration has also designed a device that can calculate the water consumption of the residents. Even though the cost is not low, many people have heard of the news and applied for the installation of the water pipe. However, it has only just been put into operation, and it consumes a lot of copper, so it is only being installed in the inner city for now. Someone once suggested, change to cheaper and more abundant lead to make the water pipe. As you know, there are a lot of lead mines in Corsica and the southern part of Iberia that Dionia has just acquired. However, His Majesty severely criticized this proposal, saying that when lead is dissolved in water, it is very harmful to the human body. Now the ironware merchants are rushing to research cheaper and more durable materials to make water pipes, such as using tin as the main raw material. Because once the research is successful, they can earn a lot of profit just from the patent fees alone. Perhaps in a few years, you can see water pipes in the homes of the rich citizens of other towns in the Kingdom of Dionia. When Hacker finished speaking, he saw that Oakton was listening attentively, so his expression gradually became serious. He said in a low voice, "Because of the glory of Carthage in the Western Mediterranean in the past, the people of Carthage have always been proud to think that their mother state is the best country in the Western Mediterranean, and that they have the best culture in the Western Mediterranean. Even other races are barbarians in the eyes of the people of Carthage. I used to have this kind of pride when I was in Iberia, but after coming to Turin and staying here for more than a year, the pride in my heart has disappeared. Although Dionia is a new kingdom, it is much better than Carthage. I believe that when you enter the estuary of the Kratai River, everything you see will make you think the same. Just the city of Turin is already much stronger than Carthage, not to mention the kingdom of Dionia. Crotone, Catanae, Rome, Syracuse. These big cities are not inferior to Carthage in terms of strength, but they are not Utica. Although Utica is an important ally of Carthage, it may not listen to the orders of the Senate of Carthage at critical moments for its own interests. However, all the towns in the Kingdom of Dionia are under the direct jurisdiction of His Majesty the King and the Senate. When war breaks out, they can concentrate all their manpower and financial resources to fight the enemy with all their might. This is the main reason why Dionia was able to defeat Carthage in the Western Mediterranean War. After the defeat in that war, Dionia's national strength skyrocketed day by day, while Carthage was weakened to the point that it may not even be as strong as Cadonai. In such a situation of extreme disparity in strength, you are still stubbornly resisting. We have no intention of fighting against Dionia at all. Akhradin was shocked and quickly defended himself. We just want to live our own lives. But now those lowly Eastern Namibians are frequently attacking our territory. If it weren't for the peace treaty signed between Carthage and Dionia, and the fact that the Eastern Namibians are Dionia's allies, we would have gathered our army and attacked these abominable Namibian tribes long ago. Hacker sneered. You didn't fight back? No, you have already fought with the Namibians, but you suffered a defeat. That was just a small battle. We wanted to teach the Namibians a lesson and make them retreat. We didn't expect them to send so many warriors. Akhradin defended himself. If that's the case, Hacker opened his arms and held the edge of the pool. He said calmly, I can suggest to His Majesty that you choose to ignore the Namibians when you attack them. Akhradin did not expect such an answer from Hacker and was momentarily speechless. Hacker took advantage of the situation and said, You see, I just said that the current Carthage people are unwilling to accept reality. You are an obvious example. With the current strength of the Carthage, can they defeat the Eastern Namibians? Now, the Namibians have gotten rid of their fear of the people of Carthage. Although they still have their own way of doing things, they can still reach an agreement on the matter of fighting against the people of Carthage. In addition, they can now obtain better weapons and armor from Dionia. If Carthage gathers the strength of the Phoenician alliance and goes all out in a battle, they may be able to win, but I believe that the casualties will not be small. The problem is, can Carthage still command the Phoenician cities on the Afrikaans like before? Akhradin was about to say yes, but when he saw Hacker's half-smiling face, he swallowed his words and looked slightly embarrassed. Yes, the Phoenician alliance is no longer as tightly united around Carthage as before the war. As time passes, anyone with a discerning eye can see that. Carthage is weakening day by day, and the kingdom of Dionia, with its vast territory and large population, has become a powerful existence that no race or city living in the Western Mediterranean can avoid. Especially the Phoenician cities east of the Robin Peninsula, they rarely listen to Carthage's orders. Instead, they frequently send messengers to Hadrumetum. It is said that it is to allow their merchants to more easily enter the vast market of the kingdom of Dionia. Hadrumetum is like a poisonous needle that has been stuck in the body of the Carthage alliance, and it has begun to unleash its destructive power. Let me tell you the truth. Hacker splashed the water on his chest and gently rubbed it. Then he slowly immersed his body in the water. I was the one who suggested to His Majesty, divers, to order the Eastern Namibians to invade what little land you have left inland. Chapter 11:13. When Oakley heard this, he was first shocked, then angry. He could not help but yell, Why are you doing this? Even if there is a grudge between the Magonid clan and Lord Hanno, you are Carthage. You still have the blood of the Queen of Dido that Carthage established. How can you do something that threatens the survival of all Carthage? Did you come here just to teach me a lesson? Although Hacker's voice was soft, it was like a cold breeze that sent chills down Oakley's spine. It immediately drove away the dissatisfaction in his heart, and he quickly regained his composure. Lord Hacker, even if you are now working for Dionia, you are still a Carthage man. I hope you can stop letting the Eastern Namibians keep invading Carthage's territory and give your compatriots a chance to live. Oakley lowered his stance and spoke in a very sincere tone. I'm doing this to give my compatriots a chance to live. Hacker put away his lazy expression and said with a serious face, If Carthage continues to fight against Dionia in the dark, it will not do Carthage any good. In a few years, you will find that Carthage is completely isolated in the entire Western Mediterranean. Even the Phoenician allies, who were once closest to you, will leave you one by one. Ever since we signed the peace treaty with Dionia, Our Carthage has been adapting to the new order in the past few years. We have been busy restoring our trade. We have never had the thought of secretly fighting against Ionia, nor have we taken any hostile actions. I don't know why Lord Hacker would say that. On the contrary, Dionia incited the eastern Namibians to invade Carthage. That is a violation of the agreement. Is Dionia going to tear up the good image of keeping its promises that it has always flaunted and declare war on Carthage again? Oakley said with a look of indignation. Hacker looked at him coldly and spat out a word softly. Masalai tribe. The voice immediately pierced through Ockradin's fake anger. He wanted to defend himself again, but Hacker continued. Do you need me to recite the entire contents of a secret negotiation between Carthage and the Masalai tribe? Ockradin was immediately discouraged, and he was even more alarmed at the fact that Carthage was under such terrifying surveillance by Dionia. Judging from the conspiracy between the Carthage and the Masalai tribe, it can be seen that the Carthage Senate still has some illusions. But I believe that you, who have witnessed the prosperity of the great city of Turii, will know that even if the Masalai tribe gets your help and really unifies the tribes of Western Namibia, it will only be a small problem for the powerful kingdom of Dionia. We can easily dispatch 2 or 3 legions to completely pacify them. But for the Carthage, this will be a disaster related to the survival of the city-state. So the kingdom has let the eastern Namibians attack Carthage to make you realize how weak Carthage is now. Hacker gestured to the servant to pour him a little wine, and then slowly swirled the wine glass in one hand. His expression became serious. I'm a Carthage, and I know my compatriots very well. Most of them prefer to do business rather than wage war, prefer to enjoy life rather than suffer on the battlefield, and are more afraid of death. So even when Carthage was at its most prosperous, it could never defeat the Greeks of Sicily. It's because the Carthage people are not a people who like to fight. They lack courage and tenacity. In the past, you could still get the Namibians and mercenaries to fight for you. But now that you have no one to rely on, I think the elders of Carthage should extinguish any remaining ambition in their hearts and let the people do what they want to do. For example, in the past, the people of Carthage did not like to bathe very much. Ever since the people of Dionia invented baths, the people of Carthage began to like bathing. Another example is that in the past, the people of Carthage did not like to go inland to do business because the transportation was very inconvenient. But since the people of Dionia built wide and flat roads, the merchants of Carthage frequently went deep into the mountains of Bruttii, Lucania, and other places to gain trade profits. Also, like the water pipes that I just mentioned to you, as long as it is put into use in the ordinary urban areas of the kingdom, I can guarantee that it will not take long for the people of Carthage to figure out how to make it so that they can enjoy clean water without going out. There are many examples like this. You see, although the people of Carthage say that they hate Dionia on the surface, in fact, they're always paying attention to the new things created by Dionia and enjoy the huge trade system created by Dionia. So why not let the people of Carthage completely integrate into this system? In this way, the safety of Carthage will be completely guaranteed, and the people will enjoy everything that Dionia has built with peace of mind. I believe that with the ability of the people of Carthage, in a few years, they will become richer than before. Ockradin was silent. Hacker did not say anything else, but used his hand to gently stroke the warm pool water. After a while, Ockradin asked in a low voice, "You mean to let Carthage and Dionia form a true alliance? With the current strength of Carthage, it is impossible to establish an alliance equal to the status of Dionia. It can only become an ally of Dionia," Hacker said bluntly. "Of course, I suggest that it is best for Carthage to become a free city of the kingdom of Dionia, just like Tarantum. You should know how comfortable the people of Tarantum are now." Ockradin's face turned a little ugly, but he suppressed his anger and did not let it rise again. Hacker said leisurely, "I know that you can't make the decision on this matter. In the end, it is still up to the Senate to make the decision, but I hope that you can make the decision as soon as possible, because the evidence of your collusion with the Marsili tribe is conclusive. Once the Marsili people stir up trouble in western Namibia, the messengers of Dionia will go to Carthage and question you for breaking the peace agreement. At the same time, The 3 legions of Sicily will quickly assemble, ready to land in Africa at any time. By then, the situation of Carthage will not be as relaxed as it is now. Ochardon's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly said, Master Hacker, we do have some verbal agreements with the Marsili tribe, but that is only for the eastern Namibians. Hacker rudely interrupted him. Let's end the discussion on this matter here. You go back and think about what choice Carthage should make, and let those stupid senators think about it. Now let's talk about another matter, which is also another matter that you came to Turii to discuss with His Majesty. Don't you find it strange? A few years ago, the precious metals transported from Iberia by Dionia ships were sold to all the merchants in Carthage, but since last year, they only sold to merchants belonging to the neutral faction. Ochardon looked at the strange smile on the young man's face, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. He said in surprise, Could it be you? Yes, this is also my suggestion to His Majesty. Hacker said casually, and turned to look at his servant. The water temperature is a little low. Let them heat it up a little more. Master, but your body, I feel good today. It's okay if the water temperature is a little higher. The servant looked at Ochardon, who was a little worried, but he did not dare to disobey Hacker's orders. So he quickly ran to the wooden door and gave orders to the slaves waiting outside. Of course, Ochardon could not suddenly attack, but his eyes were full of caution as he looked at Hacker, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. This sickly-looking young man was so terrifying, and every measure he took against Carthage was a heavy blow to Carthage's weak spot. Hacker slowly took a sip of wine, and then looked at the bright red wine left in the wooden cup. His eyes became solemn and distant, and he murmured, When I was 5 years old, I learned from others why I was different from other children. It was because I might die in a few years. When I was 9, my father returned from Sicily in defeat. He was depressed all day, and often because he heard people ridiculing him, he locked himself in his room. In the end, he killed himself. When I was 13, I followed my brother to Iberia, a strange and barbaric place. Uncle Mago told me, this is to obtain a bright future for the Magonid family. But I actually understood that it was because my uncle lost in the power struggle in Carthage and had to find a way out for himself. When I was 27, the people of Carthage, because the army in Sicily was completely wiped out, were instigated by some people to attack the elders of the Magonid faction. They could not survive in the city and could only flee to Iberia with their families. But Dido and I decided to find a way out for ourselves. After experiencing so many things, I understood the principle that if you did something wrong, you would be punished by the gods, and you would have to pay a heavy price for it. The Magonid family's current situation was the result of constantly paying back the debt. But Hacker's gaze was like a knife piercing into Ochardon, and his voice was cold. What role did the Hanoverian faction play in that war? The generals you strongly recommended, Montenegro, Anubis, and the others, were all incompetent people. Their repeated failures not only consumed a large amount of Carthage's war resources, but also frequently attacked the confidence of the people of Carthage. When my uncle and brother were fighting with all their might in Sicily, not only did you not provide them with full support, but you used all kinds of means to reduce their support and slander their achievements. If I didn't know that you were born and raised in Carthage, I'm afraid I would have suspected that you were planted by Dionia. Chapter 11:14. Hearing this, Ochardon immediately wanted to refute, but Hacker raised his voice again and said sternly, Now, the Magonid family has already paid a heavy price for that war, but has the Hanoverian faction been punished? At least not yet. Especially after Esruba's death, the Hanoverian faction has completely taken control of the Senate, and many of the neutral senators had no choice but to switch to you. Just 2 years ago, you actually called that person the Great Hanno. What a ridiculous thing to do. The main culprit who caused the defeat of the war, the sinner who caused the once powerful Carthage to become an ordinary city-state that has to rely on others to live, has the cheek to call himself the Great. Hacker let out a contemptuous laugh, and Ochardon remained silent. Hacker looked at him and said in a low voice, It seems that you still have a problem with Hanno's shameless actions. Now that God has given me the right to punish those who have done wrong, I've said it before that you are lucky to have met me. If my brother Hasdrubal was here, he would have killed all the senators of Carthage to vent his anger over his defeat. If Dido was here, she would have always believed that the death of her father, Maganid, and all the people of Carthage could not escape responsibility. She would have wanted everyone to be punished. At this point, Hacker intentionally paused for a moment. When Ockran heard this, he was indeed worried. He did not think that Hacker was trying to scare him. Dido and Hasdrubal were both important members of the Maganid family, and Ockran naturally had a deep understanding of them. The possibility that they would take revenge on Carthage was indeed in line with their personalities. Even if they were not in Turiae now, one of them had become the commander of the Legion of Dionysia and regained her military power, while the other was the only princess of the royal family of Dionia. She had even given birth to 2 little princes, so naturally, she would be loved by the royal family. If they continued to hate Carthage, it would indeed be a terrifying thing. As for me, Hacker said firmly, I only ask that the Senate of Carthage expel the leaders of the Hanoverian faction, like Hanno, Tepenlaco, and the rest of their family from Carthage. I want them to suffer the pain that we suffered back then. Then, I can guarantee that the grudge between us and the people of Carthage will be written off. By the way, this does not include you, because His Majesty thinks that you are a good person. Ockran was not happy that he could escape punishment. Instead, he said solemnly, I'm sorry, but the Senate of Carthage will not expel a few prestigious senators just because of your threats. They will. Hacker said confidently, when the people of Carthage find out that the attacks of the eastern Namibians are getting more frequent, and that the merchants of Carthage cannot enter the territory of the Kingdom of Dionia and its allies to trade, and when they know that all this is caused by the Hanoverian faction, do you think they will collectively protest to the Senate and expel these black sheep? Just like how they collectively protested against the Maganid family back then. Although the water was getting hotter, Ockran's heart was getting colder and colder. He put on a brave front and made a final struggle. You are violating the peace treaty. I am not violating it. Hacker looked at him with a straight face. As long as Carthage expel Hanno and the others and join the Kingdom of Dionia, I can guarantee you that the people of Carthage will live a better life in the future, and this is what our family hopes to see. As one of the senators of the Carthage Senate who was good at diplomacy, this was the first time Ockran felt so powerless. Everything was out of his control, and this made him very nervous. He lowered his head and looked at the steaming water in front of him, and said in a low voice, After I meet the King of Devers, I will consider your suggestions. Hacker chuckled. Master Ockran, don't you understand? His Majesty will not meet you at all. He has given me full authority to deal with the foreign affairs of Carthage. Ockran's body trembled. Once again, he looked at Hacker with despair in his eyes. But more than that, there was a pleading look in his eyes. He opened his mouth with difficulty, but no words came out. Hacker showed a sympathetic look and said softly, I know it is very difficult for you to make these decisions, but no matter how difficult it is, in order for the people of Carthage to live better, and for your family to continue living in the land you are familiar with, you must make a decision as soon as possible. Time waits for no man. Once September is over, the north wind that represents the arrival of winter will blow. Ockran's heart instantly turned cold. Seeing Ockran leave in a daze, Hacker felt an indescribable sense of joy in his heart. He poured himself another glass of wine, raised it high, and said sincerely, Thank you, His Majesty, for giving me a chance to take revenge. After saying that, he drank it in one gulp. For the next 2 days, Ockran was still trying hard to get an opportunity to meet the King of Devers through various channels, but without a doubt, he had failed. Although the celebration was about to begin, he was not in the mood to continue staying in Turin. He anxiously returned to Carthage by ship and began to secretly discuss countermeasures with people. On September 9th, the Hades celebration began. People from various towns and cities of the kingdom crowded on both sides of the main road in Turin, giving flowers and cheers to the soldiers who were marching from the military camp in the north to the Victory Square for inspection. They were outstanding soldiers and team officers who had been selected from various legions, fleets, and cavalry, and had participated in many battles. They proudly held the military flags of their legions, brigades, and companies as they passed through the three triumphal arches of Turin. The triumphal arches were engraved with the most important battle scenes of the Crotone War, the Southern Italian War, and the Western Mediterranean War. They represented the three most crucial moments of Dionia since its establishment: the War of Alliance, the War of Founding, and the War of becoming a powerful nation. The procession of legions of soldiers passed through them one after another, which meant that it was this powerful army formed by the citizens that enabled Dionia to rise from a weak state to a strong one and finally become a powerful kingdom. Behind the army was a procession of people from more than a dozen regions of the kingdom. Compared to the orderly procession of soldiers, the procession was very loose, but it was more lively. They excitedly interacted with the people on the streets, which made the atmosphere of the celebration more lively and joyful. The procession of people in the game fluttered in the wind, and the cheers were endless as they walked into the victory square. On the podium in front of the Senate's Grand Hall, Devers led the important ministers and senators of the kingdom. They were dressed in splendid attire and stood upright, smiling as they watched the procession pass by the podium. On both sides of the podium, the invited allies, envoys, and distinguished guests witnessed the unprecedented grand celebration with different expressions. Some were genuinely happy for Dionia, such as the Walshes and the Hernisci. Some were glad that they could join the Dionia alliance in time, such as the Etruscans and the Simonians. Some were worried and fearful, such as the Ciacini. After all, when the entire procession filled the victory square, along with the equally dense crowds of spectators around the square, the inner city of Turi had become a sea of people. There were at least 70 to 80,000 people, which was more than the population of a city-state and equal to the population of a major race. And this was just a drop in the ocean of the huge population of the kingdom of Dionia. The crowd in the square was so loud that it was suffocating. But when the Devers walked to the podium, the square quickly regained its tranquility. Only the voices of the Devers and the announcer echoed in the square. Citizens of the kingdom of Dionia, today we are gathered here to celebrate God Hades. Ever since the establishment of Dionia, we have encountered many difficulties and setbacks over the past 20 years. But under the protection of God Hades, we have overcome one obstacle after another through our united efforts. Today, we can puff out our chests and announce to the world that Dionia has become a powerful kingdom. Not only are we not afraid of any enemy's challenge, but we will also provide support and protection to any country or force that wishes to be on good terms with us. God Hades is very satisfied with all the achievements of Dionia. He has issued an oracle. Not only will he continue to protect the people of the kingdom, but he will also allow the name of the kingdom of Dionia to be crowned with the holy name. Any enemy who dares to offend the kingdom is equivalent to directly violating the territory of the great god, and will be punished and cursed by him. Citizens, thank the great Hades. Cheer for the holy kingdom of Dionia. As soon as the Devers' voice trailed off, a tsunami of cheers erupted inside and outside the square. Long live the merciful Hades! Long live the holy kingdom of Dionia! Every citizen who was cheering with their arms raised was filled with fanaticism. From then on, they firmly believed that they were born and died. They were no longer afraid of any hardships and difficulties because they were already the people of the great God on earth. In the fanatical atmosphere, the inspectors who maintained order began to arrange for the procession to gradually leave the square. Then, a large-scale theatrical performance began. The birth of Pluto, the founding of Dionia. One after another, traditional plays of the kingdom were performed in the square. The actors in the square performed very hard, and the audience outside the square was also extremely focused, bursting into applause and cheers from time to time. When the last play, the battle in Sicily, came to an end, the sun had already risen to the middle of the sky. Chapter 11:15. At that moment, a familiar bell rang from the northwest. It rang 9 times in a row, followed by another 9 rings after a short interval. The spectators at the side of the square turned their heads to the north and were pleasantly surprised to see a huge golden statue standing on the hill of the gods. It was incomparably dazzling under the sunlight. Oh, that's the statue of Hades. The rumor is true. The kingdom has really built a statue of Hades that is comparable to the statue of Athens in Athens. Even though the sunlight reflected off the statue was so dazzling, the people still opened their eyes wide and focused their reverent gazes on the hill. Their faces were filled with excitement and fanaticism. Soon, they discovered that not only did the statue bring them joy, but the newly rebuilt temple in front of them was just as delightful. Not only was it taller, wider, and more magnificent than before, but the triangular fascia painted on the top of the temple was more colorful and colorful. It was even sparkling like the stars in the sky. In fact, it was a pioneering work of the craftsmen. They crushed the stained glass made from sea sand and mixed it with the paint to create the effect under the sunlight. The Greeks had always believed that the temple was the home of the gods. The place where the gods lived must be a magnificent building, and the rebuilt temple on the top of the hill was undoubtedly in line with their extreme imagination. Thus, under the command and guidance of the patrol team, the citizens impatiently turned into streams of people and surged towards the hill of heavenly gods. The closer they got to the hill, the more they felt the majesty and size of the statue. However, it did not give off an oppressive feeling. On the contrary, it lowered its head, which made it easy for the people to see its face. The benevolence and compassion it showed made the people want to get closer to it. Not long after, the entire hill was completely surrounded by people, except for the area around the temple at the top of the hill. The people crowded around the perimeter formed by the palace guards. People piled on top of each other, back to back, tiptoed, widened their eyes, and focused their attention on the temple and the giant statue. Some observant people also found the biggest difference between the appearance of the new temple and the other Greek temples. There were many small square windows on the stone wall under the triangular ornament on the roof of the temple, and there was a sculpture in each small window, which looked very strange. However, the people who were standing in the distance and could not see clearly did not know that these were not ordinary sculptures. They were not only the main Greek gods such as Zeus, Hera, and Apollo. There were also the statues of the goddess Amara of the Bruttians, the god Vosani of the Simonians, the statues of Jupiter and Diana of the Romans, and other gods that were revered by the other races in the kingdom. The statues of these gods were erected on the stone walls, surrounding the statue of Hades in the temple, like stars surrounding the moon. The meaning of this was self-evident. Divers was standing in front of the temple with a solemn expression. Beside him was the scepter priest Plazinas, who was wearing a pure white robe. Behind him were dozens of priests and saintesses of Hades, who were also wearing white robes. Prinas coughed softly and slowly took 2 steps forward with the help of his cane. As he spoke, the priests also spoke in the same language. Unlike the ordinary voice transmitters, they could speak in a uniform tone and the same emotions, thus producing an amplified resonance. Therefore, although no one shouted hysterically, they could send the words of Prinas to the ears of every person on the hill, like a gentle breeze and drizzle. Citizens of Dionia, believers of Hades, today is a day worthy of celebration. We have rebuilt the golden body for the great Hades and rebuilt his residence, so that he can live more comfortably in the temple and better protect us. Before the establishment of Dionia, the contributions that Hades had made to the Greek people had been buried. Not only did no one praise his achievements, but they also feared and distanced themselves from him, until his descendants, the Devers, appeared and built a powerful kingdom in just 20 years. They worshipped Hades as the kingdom's patron god. Not only did they make hundreds of people become believers of this great god, but they also made the justice, strictness, dedication, and sacrifice that Hades had been fighting for become the ideals followed by the entire kingdom's people. This made Hades very happy. In order to thank his descendants for the great deeds they had done for him, he passed down an oracle and allowed the king, the Devers, to use his name. As long as the Devers and their descendants continue to worship him and continue to perform their duties on the earth, then he will always protect this family. Anyone who attempts to maliciously invade will be cursed by him forever." At this point, Prienus looked back at the Devers, bent down, and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, the holy Hades King, please put on your crown and accept the congratulations of the believers." The Devers solemnly took the delicate wooden crown made of ebony and fern from the black tray and slowly put it on their heads. The surrounding people once again burst into cheers like a tsunami. "Long live the king, the Devers! Long live the king, the Devers!" Ever since they landed in Greece, seized Thurii, established Dionia, defeated Crotone, ousted Syracuse from the throne of hegemony, reduced Carthage to an ordinary city-state, and established the most powerful kingdom in the history of the Western Mediterranean, the Devers' prestige in the kingdom had reached its peak. Moreover, without Cunegata, Cornelis, and the others holding them back, not a single elder objected to the important decision of this celebration. This allowed the Devers to easily shroud themselves and their families with a layer of divine light. It was a sunny morning. Maximus was strolling on the streets of the military camp. Rather than calling it a military camp, the soldiers preferred to call it a military city. Compared to the nearby Etrurian towns, it was more like a city. The entire camp was square, with a radius of 1 mile, surrounded by a 5-meter-tall wall made of thick, square bricks. There were also 10-meter-tall towers built every 50 meters on the wall. The ground of the entire city was completely paved with hard stone slabs. This avoided the puddles and muddy ground caused by rain and snow. It also gave the soldiers a sense of security when they walked on the flat and hard road. In this camp made entirely of stone, they could defend against any powerful enemy. The reason Maximus was here was because after he joined the intelligence department of Dionia last year, he received a new appointment while he was still undergoing training. He was asked to apply as a free citizen to join the mercenary corps that was being formed to head to the border of Etruria. After successfully joining, he had to constantly monitor the corps and report information about it, as well as the situation of the enemies around it. In the beginning, Maximus resisted the orders psychologically because he did not want to be far away from his wife and son. He even purposely performed poorly during the interview, hoping to not be selected. However, there were not many free citizens who were literate in the first place, and Maximus was able to write fluent essays in the Dionic language. He was also able to count, and he was a rare talent in the new army. He was recruited on the spot and was immediately given the position of a statistician in the supply camp. Just like that, Maximus became a member of the Etrurian Border Corps. After that, he was gathered together with all the recruited free citizens in the Thurii military camp and trained for 3 months. It was a grueling 3 months, as though it was hell. In order to allow these rookies who lacked military training and had not even participated in battles to become qualified Dionia soldiers as soon as possible, the Ministry of Military Affairs sent out a large number of military trainers to train them with high intensity. Furthermore, logisticians like Maximus had to participate as well. There was a good reason for this. The logisticians of the various corps of Dionia had to participate in battles as support soldiers during critical moments of battle, and the Border Corps was no exception. However, without military skills and familiarity with Dionia's military tactics, how could these logisticians cooperate in battles? That was why they had to train together. Fortunately, the intensity of the logisticians' training was not as high as that of the corps soldiers. Moreover, high-intensity training meant that there was sufficient food supply. Therefore, Maximus would follow the logisticians of the corps from time to purchase food in the city of Thurii. During this period, Maximus's ability to manage money and bargain with merchants was displayed, attracting the attention of the higher-ups of the corps. By the end of the 3-month training, Maximus had been promoted to the chief procurement officer. This was the third most important military position in the corps' supply camp, second only to the supply officer and the guard officer. Not long after, more than 8,000 soldiers of the Border Corps had entered Etruria's borders. By then, after many rounds of discussions between the kingdom and the Etrurian alliance, the division of land for Dionia had been agreed upon. The location of the barracks had also been determined. Through the combined efforts of the engineers sent by the Ministry of Military Affairs and the laborers provided by the various Etrurian city-states, the general outline of the barracks had been formed. Maximus followed the Corps' headquarters to the barracks not far from Florinia, a city-state in the north of Etruria. Then, the soldiers had to use the construction skills that they had just learned and were still rusty with to complete the barracks. In the arduous process of building the barracks, the recruits would further learn to obey orders, bear hardships, and cooperate with each other. They would completely get rid of the sloppiness of being free citizens and gradually become soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia. Similarly, in the process of building the barracks, Maximus's ability to organize and coordinate was fully displayed. Therefore, a few months later, the Legion supply officer was transferred back to the Ministry of Military Affairs. Then, the Legion commander directly ordered that Maximus would temporarily take over the role of the supply officer. Chapter 11:16. Since there was no new successor, many soldiers thought that as long as Maximus stayed in this position for another year, when he had enough experience, he would officially be promoted to the position of supply officer. Maximus thought so too, but he knew better. The reason why he was able to become an important military officer of the Kingdom of Dionia within a year from an unknown freed slave with no background, and was likely to become a mid-level officer in the Kingdom of Dionia within a year or two, was related to his ability, but it was more likely that the intelligence department played a role behind the scenes. Regardless, it was beneficial for him to become a citizen of the Kingdom of Dionia. Because of this, he was no longer so upset about joining the intelligence department. There were very few people on the streets of the barracks. Some of them were soldiers who had just finished their shift yesterday, and it was their turn to rest today. They were idling and chatting by the roadside. Some were soldiers who were in charge of cleaning, transporting garbage, feeding livestock, and so on. But no matter who saw Maximus, they would greet him respectfully. "Good morning, Lord Maximus." Of course, Maximus would greet them back politely. The logistics officer had the power to purchase and distribute supplies. He was the life and death officer of the soldiers. During the time that Maximus was in charge, not only was he fair and selfless, but he also improved the supply of supplies and 3 meals a day. So even though he was a free man, he won the respect of the soldiers. Maximus enjoyed this respect because it meant that his ability was recognized by the soldiers. He was no longer as averse to life in the barracks as he was in the beginning. He began to integrate into it. Of course, this was also because as an officer, he had more holidays in a year, and he could go back to Turii more often to spend time with his wife and children. Maximus greeted everyone along the way and arrived at the center of the barracks. Other than the barracks headquarters, the most important building here was the granary. In order to preserve food, the engineers of the Ministry of Construction had racked their brains to design the public granary of Dionia. It was a long and narrow 2-story building with few and small windows to prevent food from spoiling due to high temperature or wet rain. However, in order to ensure that the granary was cool and ventilated, there were many air vents around the bottom of the granary. The floor of the granary was laid on top of the air vents. This way, even if rats and other pests entered the room through the air vents, they would not be able to enter the granary through the floor and harm the grain. In order to prevent the walls from cracking due to excessive pressure from the accumulated food or other items in the cabin, there were also buttresses outside the walls of the granary. There were also many large dry wooden boxes in the granary, which were used to store the raw materials of the soldiers' staple food, flour. When the soldiers needed to use the flour, they only needed to open the bottom of the wooden box, and the flour would flow out. Thus, the flour was basically in a sealed state, and its shelf life was naturally longer. By the time Maximus arrived at the granary, it was already filled with more than a dozen pack carts, each loaded with sacks of flour. The purchasing supervisor approached him and reported, "Lord Maximus, the Etruscans have sent us 20 tons of flour this time. I've sent 6 tons each to Lucca and Aretium's barracks, leaving 8 tons here." Note, the Etruscan alliance had given the entire northern and northwestern border to Dionia. Based on the terrain and the situation of the Gauls' invasion, The Ministry of Military Affairs had set up military camps near the three Etruscan border city-states, Lucca, Florinia, and Arretium. Maximus carefully checked the records and signatures, and then frowned. The autumn harvest has just ended, and I've never heard of any of the Etruscan city-states having a bad harvest. They shouldn't have provided us with such a small amount of grain. The Etruscans said, the wheat has just been harvested, and time is too tight. They don't have enough manpower, and they can't grind much flour. If we're willing to grind our own flour, they're willing to provide the wheat directly. The purchasing supervisor said, but I refused because we're also short on manpower and we don't have enough stone mills. So, the Etruscans could only promise to send us the grain after half a month. You made the right decision. Half a month later, Maximus made some calculations, and then said, our grain reserves are enough to last for half a month, but you'll have to keep an eye on them at all times, and urge the Etruscans to prevent them from delaying. All right, our transport ships should be arriving soon, right? Should be within the next few days. When we go to Pisae, an Etruscan city-state near Lucca, and it's a coastal town, don't forget to remind them to send more mutton and wool next time. The winters here are colder, and some of the soldiers suffered frostbite last year. Hopefully, we'll be able to survive this year. I've heard that the prices of cattle and sheep in the livestock market in Thurii have plummeted this year, and that's because the tribes in central Italy have also sent their livestock to Thurii to be sold. There are too many cattle and sheep in the livestock market. I believe that the Ministry of Military Affairs can easily fulfill our request. I've noted it down. Later, when the laborers move the flour in, try to empty half of the granary. Then, collect more hay and store it in the granary. Winter is coming, and we need to store more fodder for the livestock and the war horse. Yes, Maximus instructed the purchasing supervisor as he watched the laborers unload the sacks of flour from the ox carts and carry them into the granary. At the same time, his trusted statistician was also seriously checking if the quantity of flour matched what the purchasing supervisor had said. After the statistician had confirmed it, Maximus did not immediately sign his name on the account book. After the entire loading and unloading process was completed, he would come back to the granary in the afternoon to confirm it. Now, he had to take his leave. His next destination was the armory. The supply camp was not only in charge of the food reserves, but also the storage of weapons and equipment. Yesterday, the barracks had sent a company to repel the Gauls who had attacked the Florinia territory. When they returned, it was too late, so he did not have the time to check the damage to the weapons and equipment and the spoils of war. According to Maximus's habit, the verification was usually carried out on the same day. Postponing it to the next day was already a delay in his work. The armory was built not far from the barracks gate. This was for the convenience of the army when they went out to battle. In fact, there were not many weapons and armors in the armory. They had been distributed to the soldiers long ago, and the soldiers would take care of and maintain them themselves. During the break, these armors, shields, spears, daggers, and javelins were placed in the soldiers' dormitories. If they were damaged during non-combat and could not be used, they would even have to pay compensation. This was because these weapons and equipment belonged to the kingdom, unlike the soldiers of the regular army, who already owned their own weapons and equipment. The armory mainly stored military supplies such as tents, blankets, shovels, and other consumable weapons such as arrows and javelins. There were also a few armors and weapons. When Maximus rushed to the armory, he learned that the guards of the armory had already sent a batch of javelins and arrows out of the city to the training ground. They had just gone through a battle yesterday, and they still had to go through military training today. This commander from Carthage was always strict with his soldiers. Maximus thought about it and decided to go to the training ground. Most of the barracks in Ionia had their training ground set up in the barracks. The training ground could be changed to a football or rugby field at any time. However, the three barracks located at the northern border of Etruria did not have their training ground set up in the barracks. The main reason was that there were not many soldiers stationed in each barracks, and it was not easy to provide reinforcements in a short period of time. In order to facilitate defense, they had to try their best to reduce the area of the barracks. Therefore, military facilities, such as the training ground that occupied a larger area, could only be set up outside the barracks. Knowing that Maximus was going out of the city, his entourage quickly came from the stable to fetch a horse. Maximus got on the horse, and, after passing the inspection of the city guards, he left the barracks. The entire area within 50 meters of the barracks was covered by a trench system. From the city wall to the outside, they were divided into deer abatis, trenches, shallow trenches, lily bushes, digging deep pits, and burying sharp stakes. Meat hooks. When Maximus left the city, he caught a glimpse of a squad leader leading the soldiers to place trees with many sharp branches into the shallow trenches. It was because of the existence of these defensive facilities that the barracks had never been disturbed, even though the area was often attacked by the Gauls. After passing through the trap area, it was the civilian area. The family members of the Border Legion soldiers were not allowed to follow the army. However, after the barracks were built, some Etruscans moved to settle near the barracks because they thought they would be safe with the protection of the Dionia soldiers. In fact, they were rarely attacked by the Gauls. The Senate of Dionia had passed a resolution to allow the Etruscans to settle in the new territory of the northern border of the Kingdom of Dionia. They could rent land and apply to become citizens of Dionia according to the new Immigration Act. Apart from that, there were also some Etruscan merchants who opened shops here to earn money from the Border Legion soldiers. Pottery shops, blacksmiths, shoemaking shops, cloth shops, and butcher shops were built one after another along the main road. Of course, the most popular among the soldiers was the tavern. The soldiers who participated in the battle yesterday were given a day off today. Some of them applied for leave from the barracks and went to the tavern for a drink. They asked for a can of watered wine, a can of beer with a lot of residue, 1 or 2 plates of stewed chickpeas, a plate of sliced bacon. The cost of the drinks was not worth mentioning to the soldiers who were paid every month, but it was enough for a squad of soldiers to sit around the table, drink, and chat for half a day. Chapter 11:17. Boris, your performance yesterday was the worst. Our brothers have already started fighting the Gauls, but you are still far behind, affecting the performance of our entire team. Sai, forgive him. It's his first time on the battlefield. It's normal for him to be afraid. I'm not afraid. It's just that the strap of my leather sandal broke. That's a good reason. It really broke. That's also your fault. It's already stipulated in the military law that soldiers must take good care of their equipment. Shoes are also part of the equipment. If you don't check them properly, you can't blame others if something goes wrong during the battle. Fortunately, yesterday's operation was an attack. If it was a retreat, you would have been caught by the enemy, and no one would have been able to save you. That's hard to say. Boris might have taken off his shoes and run faster than us during the retreat. All right, let's stop talking. Apart from falling behind at the beginning, Paulus performed very well in the subsequent battles. Brothers, think about our first time on the battlefield. We weren't much better than Boris, so don't blame each other. Remember, our team is a whole. Only by helping each other and fighting side by side like brothers can we defeat our enemies and let ourselves live well. Captain is right. Let's have a toast to celebrate yesterday's victory and the fact that none of us were injured. Cheers! The soldiers shouted and drank the wine in their glasses. The pretty young waitress hurried over to pour them wine. Suna, have you thought about it? Marry me. When I retire, follow me to Turiai. That's the greatest city in the world. One of the soldiers, under the influence of alcohol, said out loud what was on his mind. The other soldiers immediately began to jeer. Although the waitress was a little shy, she had experienced a lot of this since she had always been in public to make a living. She said in a sweet voice, Captain Nicopolos, I heard that soldiers are not allowed to get married during their service. Of course, Nicopolos was on his soldier's side. So he said seriously, there is indeed such a rule, but you can get engaged first. I heard that there are already several families in our residential area that are engaged to soldiers in our barracks. That's right, you could get engaged first. The soldiers at the table cheered loudly. The soldier who said he wanted to get married was laughing foolishly. The waitress wasn't too flustered. She turned her head to look at the kitchen and said, I can't make the decision for such an important matter. My father has to say it. The tavern owner, who was chopping meat in the kitchen, had been paying attention to the commotion in the restaurant. He immediately shouted in broken Greek, "No!" After that, the sound of the meat cleaver colliding with the chopping board became louder. A soldier laughed and said, "Karatas, who told you to hold Suna's hand when you were drunk and offended your future father-in-law?" "When did I hold Suna's hand?" Karatas looked confused. "You were drunk, so of course you don't remember. The captain was afraid that you would be locked up, so he told everyone to keep a secret." Karatas saw that he spoke as if he was telling the truth, so he swept his gaze across every teammate, including the captain. Seeing that they all had an expression of "it's true" on their faces, his heart was instantly shocked. In the end, he looked at Suna in embarrassment, but Suna had already hidden in the kitchen. "Suna, this guy actually dared to bully you. Let me teach him a lesson for you." A person at the table next to him stood up and said loudly. It was a soldier from another squad. "This is between me and Suna. It's none of your business. Get lost." "Karatas, everyone says that you're the strongest soldier in our squad, but I'm not afraid of you. Let's have a good competition today. Whoever wins, Suna will be his. Come on, don't cry when you get beaten up later." Just as the two soldiers collided with each other and the comrades around them were jeering, the two squad captains quickly stopped them. "Stop it. Do you want to be punished by the military judge?" At the mention of the military judge, the excited mood of the soldiers suddenly felt as if a can of cold water was poured over them. Almost everyone had experience of being punished by him in the military camp for more than a year. So, everyone returned to their seats and quietly drank. Karatas, on the other hand, was still a little unwilling. He said angrily, "Kid, let's have a good competition in the next team's football game and see who's better. Let's have a competition. Who's afraid of who?" The soldier also responded, unwilling to be outdone. After the small disturbance subsided, the tavern was still lively and full of laughter. After the soldiers drank and relaxed here, they would wander the streets of the civilian area and go to various shops to buy some daily necessities they needed. However, they had to rush back to the barracks before sunset to participate in the squad captain's gathering roll call. If they were late, they would inevitably be punished. Whether it was cleaning the toilet, feeding the livestock, boiling water in the bathroom, cleaning the streets, they were all hard and tiring work. So, under normal circumstances, the soldiers would return to camp on time. Most of the construction of the flat and wide stone road that Maximus rode on could be attributed to the soldiers of the Border Legion. Building roads was also part of the Border Legion's military training. In the past year or so, the Legion commander had taken out a lot of time to let the soldiers build this road. 4 months ago, the road was connected to Florinia. Just last month, another road connected 3 barracks and finally connected to the port city of Pisai. However, the road, which was undoubtedly more than 10 times longer, was completed by tens of thousands of laborers recruited by the Etrurian Alliance under the command of the engineers sent by the Ministry of Construction of Dionia. All of this was to better guarantee and strengthen the defense of the border. The training ground was not far from the barracks and was next to the civilian area. It was a vast flat grassland that had been repaired. On one side of the grassland, there were dozens of hard wooden stakes that were taller than a person. Under the supervision and guidance of the team officers, the heavy infantrymen held long shields and bayonets, or short swords, and repeatedly practiced stabbing or slashing at the wooden stakes. On the other side of the grassland, there were many targets. The infantrymen were practicing with their bows and javelins. In front of the furthest target, a man wearing a helmet with a purple and red striped crown was throwing a javelin. He ran a few steps, roared, and threw with all his might. The javelin flew over 50 meters and penetrated the thick wooden target. Behind him, there were a few other men and the same high-ranking officers' armor cheering loudly. The other soldiers seemed to be used to it, and no one looked at them curiously. Even though Maximus could not see the face of the man throwing the javelin, he knew that it was Hasdrubal, the Legion commander of the Border Legion. The Legion commander from Carthage always liked to take part in training and set an example, which was why he was respected by the soldiers. Maximus jumped off his horse, adjusted his helmet and chest plate, and walked straight to the training ground for the infantrymen. The armory keeper who was guarding the piles of javelins and arrows saw Maximus and immediately went up to him. "Good morning, Lord Maximus. Did you use up a lot of your weapons after yesterday's battle?" Maximus asked directly. "Not much, Lord Maximus," the keeper replied. "I heard that there were not many Gauls who attacked Florinia yesterday. Our troops arrived just in time, and the Gauls were still looting the village. So the officers sent the heavy infantry to attack instead of the light infantry. The battle ended quickly, and the soldiers' armor and weapons did not suffer much damage. So far, no one has requested to change their armor and weapons." Maximus nodded and asked, "Did you find anything?" "2 Gauls' helmets, 5 great swords, 14 wooden shields, 25 spears, 19 sets of Gauls' clothing, and they also captured 4 Gauls." The keeper paused and said softly, "Early in the morning, the treasurer came. He said, 'We have no use for these things. He wants to take them all and sell them to the merchants.' I said, 'I can't make the decision. I have to get your approval, Lord Maximus.'" In Persia's expeditionary army, there was a person in charge of the treasurer in the mercenary army, and this position was retained until the establishment of the Dionia alliance. After the establishment of the kingdom, the logistical support system of the army became more complete, and the soldiers were all citizens of the kingdom. Therefore, there was no longer a treasurer in the army. The spoils of war were handed over to the supply camp for safekeeping. And finally, the quartermaster sent by the Ministry of Military Affairs would deal with them, or gather merchants to auction off the spoils of war, or transfer part of the spoils of war to the treasury. Some of the money obtained was used to compensate the families of the soldiers who died or were injured in the war. Some was deposited in the treasury of the Ministry of Military Affairs, and some was transferred back to the army as rewards for the soldiers' victory. However, the border army was different. The soldiers were hired and paid every month, and the money came from the treasury. Therefore, there was a special treasurer who was sent by the finance department. There was a debate between the Ministry of Military Affairs and the Finance Department on who should handle the spoils of war of the border army. In the end, the Devers made the decision and handed it over to the treasurer of the army. The reason why he did this was for safety reasons. After all, the soldiers of the border army were not citizens of Dionia. Handing over the most important property of the soldiers to the Finance Department could prevent the affairs of the mercenary army from being completely controlled by the Ministry of Military Affairs or the head of the army. Managing the spoils of war was the responsibility of the supply camp officer, but it was assigned to the newly appointed treasurer in the border army. Maximus was a little dissatisfied, but he was just an agent, and he was not a citizen of Dionia, so he could only bury his dissatisfaction in his heart and get along with the treasurer on the surface. At this time, he said calmly, "I know about this, you did a good job. After we go back to the armory to confirm this batch of spoils of war, you can let the treasurer take them away, but you have to confirm the number and let him sign it.